Hello everyone, and welcome back to Midnight Horror. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the video. Story 1. I had been searching for my keys for almost an hour, turning my house upside down in frustration. I knew exactly where I had placed them the night before on the kitchen counter, right next to my wallet. But when I went to grab them that morning, they were gone. I checked the usual spots, the couch cushions, the coffee table, even the bathroom counter, but they were nowhere to be found. I retraced my steps carefully, trying to remember if I had absent-mindedly moved them somewhere else. I searched through my coat pockets, my bag, even the fridge, just in case I had been distracted while putting groceries away. Each time I came up empty-handed, my frustration grew. I knew I was running late for work, and without my keys, I was stuck. Eventually, I gave up and sat on the couch, running my hands through my hair. I was positive they had been on the kitchen counter the night before I could even picture them sitting there. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. If I hadn't moved them, then where could they have gone? I sighed and stood up, deciding to check one last time before calling my boss to explain my delay. I walked into my bedroom and froze. My keys were sitting neatly on my nightstand, placed as if they had been there all along. My heart pounded as I stared at them, my mind racing to make sense of it. I knew I hadn't put them there. I had no reason to take them into my bedroom, and I never did. The strangest part was how neatly they were placed, right in the center of the nightstand. It wasn't as if they had been tossed there absent-mindedly. It was deliberate, precise. A chill ran down my spine as I reached for them, my fingers hesitating just above the cool metal. Had I somehow blacked out and moved them without realizing it? That seemed impossible. I had been so sure they were in the kitchen, and I had searched the nightstand earlier. It had been completely empty. My house was small, and I lived alone. There was no one else who could have moved them. I tried to shake off the unease creeping through me, telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe I had been exhausted the night before and moved them without remembering. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I left for work, but the incident nagged at me all day. Every time I reached for my keys, I felt a slight shiver of unease. I tried to push it out of my mind, but a lingering sense of wrongness followed me. I knew it shouldn't have been possible. That night, as I lay in bed, I kept glancing at my nightstand, half expecting something else to appear there. The house was silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The air felt heavier, like someone was watching me just out of sight. Over the next few days, small things began to feel off. I would leave my TV remote on the coffee table only to find it back on the entertainment stand. My shoes, which I always lined up neatly by the door, would be slightly out of place. It was subtle, so subtle I almost convinced myself I was imagining it. But then, something happened that I couldn't ignore. One night I woke up to a sound coming from the living room. It was faint, like the soft rustling of fabric or a quiet shuffle. My heart pounded as I lay still, straining to listen. The sound stopped, and the house was silent again. I forced myself to get up, clutching my phone tightly as I stepped into the hallway. I flicked on the living room light, scanning the space quickly. Nothing was out of place, and the front door was still locked. But my gut told me something wasn't right. I checked every room, making sure no one had broken in. Everything seemed normal except for one thing. My keys were sitting on the coffee table. I had left them on the kitchen counter before bed. A cold dread settled over me as I picked them up. Someone or something was moving my belongings. It was no longer just a strange feeling or small misplaced items. This was real. This was deliberate. I barely slept that night, every small noise making my skin prickle. I started keeping my keys in my bedside drawer, hoping to prevent them from moving again. But it didn't stop. The next morning they were back on the nightstand, exactly where I had found them the first time. I began leaving small objects in specific positions, taking pictures to prove to myself that they had moved. Every morning something would be slightly different. A book moved an inch to the left. A chair subtly pulled out, a cabinet door cracked open when I knew I had closed it. It wasn't just my keys anymore. Whatever was happening, it was escalating. One evening I came home from work to find my bedroom door open. I always closed it before leaving. My stomach dropped as I stepped inside. Everything looked the same, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in there. I started questioning my own sanity. Was I just being forgetful? Was I imagining it? But the changes were too precise, too intentional. I couldn't explain them away. Then, one night, I woke up to the distinct sound of my keys jingling. My breath caught in my throat as I sat up, staring at my nightstand. In the dim light from the window, I saw them move just a slight shift, as if an invisible hand had nudged them. I turned on the light, my heart hammering. The room was empty, the air still. I grabbed my keys, clutching them tightly, my skin crawling. I knew then that I wasn't imagining anything. Something was here, and it wanted me to know. I started keeping my keys in my pocket at all times, even when I was home. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was moving them was trying to get my attention, and it had succeeded. The next morning I found something new on my nightstand, a single key that didn't belong to me. It was old, rusted, with no markings. I had never seen it before, but somehow I knew it had been left for me. I stared at it for a long time, my pulse pounding in my ears. Whatever was happening wasn't just some trick of the mind. Something wanted me to find this key, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to know what it opened. Story 2. The sun was high, casting golden light over the rolling waves as I stretched out on my towel. The salty breeze carried the sound of laughter, distant conversations, and the rhythmic crashing of water against the shore. It was a perfect day, the kind that made all the stress of life fade into the background. I closed my eyes, letting the warmth sink into my skin, feeling completely at ease. After a while I sat up, adjusting my sunglasses as I took in the sight of the beach. Families built sandcastles near the shore, children splashed in the water, and couples walked hand in hand along the surf. My gaze drifted over the crowd until it landed on a figure standing near the dunes. He was alone, dressed in dark clothing that seemed out of place in the summer heat, and he was staring directly at me. I turned away, brushing it off as a coincidence. Maybe he was looking for someone else, or maybe he was just enjoying the view. But as the hours passed, I found myself glancing back at that same spot. No matter how much time went by, the man never moved, never looked away. It was unsettling, but I told myself I was overthinking. Trying to shake the feeling, I grabbed my water bottle and took a sip, focusing on the waves. The water shimmered under the sun, inviting and cool. A few people waded in, laughing as they splashed one another, and I decided to join them. The thought of the stranger faded as the ocean wrapped around me, the waves pushing and pulling in a calming rhythm. After swimming for a while, I waded back to shore, feeling refreshed. As I grabbed my towel and dried off, my eyes instinctively flicked toward the dunes. The man was still there. A shiver ran down my spine despite the heat. It was impossible to ignore now. He wasn't just passing by. He had been watching me all day. I tried to keep my movements casual as I reached for my phone. Maybe I should take a picture of him, something to prove to myself later that I wasn't imagining things. But before I could, he shifted slightly, stepping further behind the dune as if he knew what I was about to do. My stomach twisted. It wasn't just in my head. For the first time all day, I felt exposed. The beach was crowded, yet I suddenly felt completely alone. I scanned my surroundings, searching for someone I could approach, but most people were wrapped up in their own worlds. My heart pounded as I debated packing up and leaving. Instead, I decided to move closer to the concession stand near the entrance of the beach. If he was truly watching me, he wouldn't follow me into a more crowded area. I gathered my things, trying not to look rushed, and made my way across the hot sand. The closer I got to the stand, the more my nerves settled. I ordered a drink, pretending to be interested in the menu while keeping an eye on the dunes. The man was no longer there. A small wave of relief washed over me. Maybe I had overreacted. Maybe he had finally left. But just as I turned to walk back to my spot, I caught sight of him again, closer this time. He was standing near a cluster of umbrellas, blending into the crowd, but his eyes were still locked on me. My breath hitched. He wasn't just watching from a distance anymore. He had moved, closing the space between us. I tightened my grip on my drink, my pulse hammering in my ears. I needed to do something. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to walk toward the nearest lifeguard station. I didn't want to make a scene, but I also couldn't ignore the fear creeping through me. As I approached, I glanced over my shoulder. The man was still watching but hadn't moved again. The lifeguard on duty looked up as I reached the station. I hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Hey, I think someone's been following me all day." My voice wavered, but I forced myself to stay calm. The lifeguard's expression shifted to concern as he glanced in the direction I indicated. "Where is he now?" he asked, standing up from his seat. I turned to point, but the man was gone. My heart sank. It was like he had vanished the moment I sought help. I scanned the beach, my stomach twisting in frustration. He had been there just moments ago. The lifeguard gave me a reassuring nod. "If you see him again, come straight back here," he said. "I'll keep an eye out." I nodded, but I couldn't shake the unease settling in my chest. I thanked him and walked away, forcing myself to breathe deeply. I returned to my spot, but the relaxation I had felt earlier was gone. Every time someone walked by, I tensed, expecting to see the man again. Minutes stretched into an hour, then 2, and he never reappeared. I kept telling myself it was over, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still nearby, watching from somewhere unseen. As the sun began to set, I decided to leave. I packed my things quickly, scanning the beach one last time. There was no sign of him. Maybe he had given up. Maybe he had just been some random guy with no real intention of harm. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I walked toward the parking lot, my heart still racing. The beach was emptier now, and the air was cooler. As I reached my car, I fumbled for my keys, eager to get inside and lock the doors. Just as I slid into the driver's seat, a chill ran down my spine. Across the lot, leaning against a lamppost, was the man. He wasn't watching from a distance anymore. He was right there, close enough that I could make out the unsettling smirk on his face. My hands shook as I locked the doors, my breath coming in quick gasps. I turned on the engine, ready to speed out of there, but my hands froze on the wheel. The man slowly raised his hand in a small, deliberate wave. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't casual. It was a message. He knew I had noticed him. He knew I was afraid. I slammed my foot on the gas, peeling out of the lot without looking back. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. Even when I was miles away, the image of him standing there, watching, waving, was burned into my mind. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted, but I knew one thing for certain. he would be back. Story 3. I came home from work exhausted, ready to unwind for the evening. As I sorted through my mail, a bright envelope stood out among the usual bills and advertisements. It was a deep blue color, with my name written neatly on the front. There was no return address, no stamp, just my name, written in elegant handwriting. My first thought was that a friend had left it as a surprise, though that didn't make much sense. My birthday was still months away. I tore open the envelope and pulled out the card inside. It was a simple birthday card, decorated with colorful balloons and confetti. The message inside was short, wishing you a wonderful birthday. May this year bring you happiness. There was no signature, no indication of who had sent it. A chill ran down my spine as I reread the words. Whoever sent this either made a mistake or knew something I didn't. I flipped the envelope over, checking for any hint of where it came from. There was nothing, just the smooth surface of the paper, unmarked by any postal tracking. That meant someone had put it directly into my mailbox. My mind raced with possibilities. A prank, a mistake, or something more unsettling. I didn't know what to think, but something about it didn't sit right with me. I texted a few friends, asking if they had sent it as a joke. Each response came back the same confusion. No one had any idea what I was talking about. My family hadn't sent it either. That left only one possibility. Someone I didn't know had personally delivered this card to my mailbox. I tried to brush it off as a harmless mistake, but the unease in my gut wouldn't fade. That night, I kept glancing at the card, as if it might reveal some hidden clue. The handwriting was neat, precise, almost too perfect. The way my name was written felt deliberate, as though the sender had taken their time. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every creak of the house, every distant sound outside, made me wonder if someone was out there watching. The next morning, I checked my mailbox first thing, half expecting another envelope. There was nothing but the usual junk mail. I felt foolish for being so paranoid, but the strange feeling lingered. I decided to take the card to work with me, hoping that some distance from it might help clear my mind. But even at the office, I found myself staring at it, trying to make sense of it. Later that day, I stopped by my building's front office. The receptionist, Mrs. Holloway, was friendly and always seemed to know everything that happened around the complex. I asked if she had seen anyone near my mailbox the previous day. She furrowed her brow, thinking for a moment. "No one unusual," she said. "Just the usual mailman and a few residents." I left the office feeling no closer to an answer than before. If someone had delivered the card personally, they had done it without being noticed. That meant they knew my schedule, knew when I wouldn't be home. The thought made me shudder. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever sent the card wanted me to know they were watching. Over the next few days, I kept a closer eye on my surroundings. I checked my mailbox with hesitation, but nothing else appeared. I started paying more attention to the people around me, wondering if one of my neighbors had sent it as some kind of twisted joke. But no one acted strangely, and there was no indication that anyone even knew about the card. A week later, just as I was beginning to let my guard down, I found another envelope. This one was red, the same neat handwriting spelling out my name on the front. My hands trembled as I opened it, my pulse quickening. Inside was another birthday card, identical in style to the first. The message was just as short: "Hope you had a wonderful birthday. See you soon." My stomach turned. See you soon? I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. This wasn't just a mistake, someone was playing a game with me. I immediately called my building's management, demanding to know if they had cameras near the mailboxes. They said they didn't, apologizing for the inconvenience. Frustrated and unnerved, I considered going to the police, but what could I tell them? Someone was sending me birthday cards. It wasn't exactly a crime. That night, I barely slept. Every shadow outside my window made my heart pound. I double-checked the locks on my doors, making sure everything was secure. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. A noise woke me sometime in the early hours. A soft shuffling sound just outside my front door. My breath caught in my throat. I sat up, heart hammering, straining to listen. Silence followed. I told myself it was nothing, probably just the wind or a neighbor passing by, but I couldn't ignore the dread curling in my stomach. The next morning, I cautiously opened my door and glanced down. Another envelope lay on the doormat. This time my hands shook as I picked it up. Inside was a single slip of paper with only 2 words written on it: niece pajamas. A chill raced down my spine. Someone had been outside my door last night, close enough to see me. My blood turned to ice as I realized the full extent of what was happening. Whoever this was, they weren't just watching from a distance anymore. They were here, right outside my home. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my mind racing with fear. I called the police, explaining everything that had happened. An officer came by later, took my statement, and walked around the property. There were no cameras, no witnesses, nothing they could use. It could be a prank, the officer said, though his tone wasn't reassuring. But if anything else happens, call us immediately. That night, I stayed awake, listening for any sound outside my door. I jumped at every creak, every rustle of the wind. I had never felt so vulnerable in my own home. Days passed, then weeks, and no more envelopes appeared. I started to relax, convincing myself that whoever had been watching had finally lost interest. Then, one evening, as I was leaving work, I felt a presence behind me. The hair on my neck stood on end. I turned slowly, scanning the parking lot, but there was no one there. I hurried to my car, locking the doors as soon as I got inside. My phone buzzed in my pocket. With shaking hands, I pulled it out and looked at the screen. A new message from an unknown number. Happy birthday. Story 4. I was home alone that night, enjoying the quiet. The house felt still, the only sounds coming from the occasional creak of the walls and the hum of the refrigerator. I had just settled onto the couch with a book when the doorbell rang. The sudden chime startled me, sending a jolt of unease through my body. I wasn't expecting anyone. It was late, and the neighborhood was usually quiet at this hour. I grabbed my phone and opened the security camera app, my heart already pounding. The front porch was empty. I stared at the screen, expecting to see someone step into view, but nothing happened. The porch light illuminated the steps and the walkway leading to the street, but no one was there. I swallowed hard, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was just kids playing a prank, ringing the bell and running off. That thought made me relax slightly. I exhaled and set my phone down, convincing myself it was nothing. Then, the door handle turned. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as I watched the knob jiggle, as if someone were trying to open the door. My stomach clenched, and my fingers dug into the couch cushion. I wasn't imagining that someone was outside. I grabbed my phone again, my hands shaking as I switched to the live camera feed. The porch was still empty. My pulse pounded in my ears as I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what was happening. If no one was there, then who was trying to get in? I forced myself to move, creeping toward the door as quietly as possible. My heart thudded with each step. I pressed my ear against the wood, straining to hear any sound outside. Nothing. Just the wind rustling through the trees. Summoning all my courage, I peeked through the peephole. The porch was completely empty. I didn't see any movement, no shadow lurking near the edges. The knob was still, as if nothing had happened at all. A deep unease settled in my chest. I backed away, checking the locks again, making sure everything was secure. The deadbolt was in place, and the chain lock was secure. I took a shaky breath, trying to calm myself. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I had imagined the knob turning. Just as I was about to step away, the doorbell rang again. This time I jumped back, nearly tripping over my own feet. My heart was hammering now. I checked the camera feed again, praying that this time I would see something, anything that could explain what was happening. The porch was empty. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I checked the backyard camera, the side of the house, anywhere someone could be hiding. Nothing. The entire yard was still, as if the world outside had gone silent. I clenched my phone tightly, trying to think rationally. I considered calling the police, but what would I even say? That my doorbell rang and no one was there. That I thought I saw the knob turn but had no proof. They would probably tell me it was the wind or a malfunctioning bell. I stepped away from the door, deciding to wait it out. If it was a prank, whoever was out there would get bored and leave. I turned on every light in the house, hoping that would deter anyone from trying anything else. Then, I sat on the couch, my body tense, my eyes locked on the door. Minutes passed. Then an hour. Nothing happened. No more doorbells. No more turning knobs. The house was silent again, though the sense of unease never left me. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting it to move on its own. Eventually, I convinced myself that it really was just a prank, maybe a faulty doorbell. I forced myself to relax and tried to go to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every sound made me jump. Every creak in the house felt unnatural. Sometime after midnight, just as I was finally starting to drift off, my phone buzzed with a notification. My security camera had detected movement. My eyes snapped open, and a fresh wave of fear surged through me. I grabbed my phone and opened the app. The camera showed the front porch, but this time it wasn't empty. A figure stood there, just beyond the glow of the porch light. My breath hitched. They were too far back to make out any details, but I could see the shape of a person still, unmoving, watching. My stomach twisted into knots. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to call the police, but what if they left before anyone arrived? Would they even believe me? My fingers hovered over the call button, hesitating. Then, the figure moved. They stepped closer, into the light. My blood ran cold. The person was wearing a dark hoodie, their face obscured by shadows. But what terrified me most was their posture. They weren't trying to hide. They were standing there, facing the camera directly, as if they wanted me to see them. A slow, deliberate movement brought their hand up to the door handle. My body locked up as I watched, unable to do anything but stare. They twisted the knob again. I felt my breath leave my lungs. Then, as if sensing they were being watched, they turned their heads slightly, just enough for me to see their eyes gleaming under the hood. I hit the call button. My voice was shaky as I whispered to the dispatcher, explaining what was happening. They told me to stay put, to lock my doors, that an officer was on the way. I didn't take my eyes off the screen. The figure took a step back. Another. Then, without warning, they turned and walked off into the night. The camera followed their movement until they disappeared into the darkness beyond the streetlights. I waited, my body stiff with fear, until I heard the distant wail of sirens. The police arrived within minutes. They searched the area but found nothing. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. They checked the footage, confirmed what I had seen, but there were no leads. just a shadowy figure who had stood at my door, trying to get in. They told me to stay vigilant, to call again if anything happened. They patrolled the neighborhood a few times before leaving me alone with my thoughts. I locked every door, every window, checking them twice. Even then, I didn't feel safe. I never figured out who it was that night. The cameras never caught them coming back. But sometimes when I'm home alone, I still check the security footage just in case. And every time my doorbell rings, I hesitate before answering, afraid of what I might see on the screen. Story 5. I had never liked going down to the basement. It was cold, musty, and always had an unsettling silence that made my skin crawl. The old wooden steps creaked under my weight as I descended, the dim light from a single bulb casting long shadows against the concrete walls. I had been meaning to clean up down here for months, but something about the space always made me put it off. Dust swirled in the air as I stepped off the last stair, the faint smell of damp earth filling my nose. I moved toward the storage shelves, intending to grab a box of old clothes to donate. As I reached for the box, my foot caught on something, making me stumble. I looked down, expecting to see an old rag or pile of junk, but instead, my breath hitched. A sleeping bag was tucked against the far wall, flattened in some places, as if someone had been using it recently. My heart began to pound as I took a step back. My first thought was that maybe an animal had dragged it down here, but the theory crumbled when I noticed empty food wrappers nearby. Crumpled plastic bags and an old water bottle sat beside the sleeping bag, clear evidence that someone had been staying here. A chill ran through me, the realization settling in that whoever had been here might still be coming back. I swallowed hard, scanning the basement for any other signs of intrusion. The shelves were untouched, the tools still hung neatly on the pegboard. The only disruption was the makeshift living area in the corner. I moved cautiously, nudging a wrapper with the toe of my shoe. It was a granola bar package, not old enough to be coated in dust. Someone had eaten here recently, maybe within the last few days. I turned and hurried up the stairs, my pulse hammering in my ears. Once I reached the top, I shut the basement door and locked it, pressing my back against the wood as I tried to catch my breath. My mind raced with possibilities. Had someone been sneaking in at night? Were they still in the house? The thought sent a wave of nausea through me. I grabbed my phone, debating whether to call the police, but hesitated. What if it was just a homeless person seeking shelter? I decided to check the locks on the windows and doors, my nerves on edge with each step through the house. Everything was secure, no signs of forced entry. That only made things worse. If someone had been living in my basement, how had they been getting in? I ran through the possibilities, my mind latching onto the one thing I didn't want to consider: the old storm door at the side of the house. My stomach clenched as I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The night air was cold, and the distant hum of traffic was the only sound breaking the stillness. I approached the storm door, my breath fogging in the air as I crouched down. The heavy metal latch was undone. I had locked it weeks ago, I was sure of it. A surge of panic shot through me as I realized someone had been using this entrance. I backed away, my grip tightening on the flashlight. I didn't know if they were inside right now, hiding, waiting for me to leave. I forced myself to take a deep breath and called the police. My voice shook as I explained the situation, and the dispatcher assured me an officer would be there soon. I kept my eyes locked on the storm door, afraid that at any moment it would swing open. The patrol car arrived faster than I expected, red and blue lights flashing in the darkness. 2 officers stepped out, their expressions calm but serious. I explained everything to them, leading them to the basement entrance. One officer drew his flashlight and stepped inside, while the other stayed with me. My fingers twitched anxiously as I watched the beam of light move through the basement window. Minutes passed before the officer returned, shaking his head. There was no one down there, just the sleeping bag and trash I had found. He asked if anything had been stolen, but as far as I could tell, nothing was missing. That made the situation even stranger. If someone had been living here, why hadn't they taken anything? Why had they left so suddenly? The officers checked the storm door and confirmed that it had been tampered with. They suggested I install a new lock and keep an eye out for anything unusual. One of them reassured me that it was likely a transient looking for shelter and that they would patrol the area over the next few nights. I nodded, but the unease in my stomach didn't fade. After they left, I double-checked every lock in the house, my paranoia growing with each passing minute. I barely slept that night, every creak of the house making me jolt upright in bed. The thought of someone creeping into my basement while I slept upstairs was impossible to shake. The next morning I went back down, determined to clear everything out. The basement felt colder than usual, the silence pressing in on me. I picked up the sleeping bag and recoiled when I saw something underneath it. A notebook. Its cover was worn, the edges curling as if it had been handled often. With trembling hands, I opened it. The first few pages were filled with scribbled notes, but the handwriting was erratic, almost frantic. Some of the pages contained dates, others just single words like watching and listening. Then, as I flipped toward the back, I saw something that made my blood run cold. My name. Over and over, my name had been written in uneven, jagged strokes. I dropped the notebook and stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. This wasn't just someone seeking shelter. They had been watching me. Tracking me. My hands shook as I grabbed my phone and called the police again, my voice barely steady as I told them what I had found. The officers arrived within the hour, taking the notebook as evidence. They searched the house again, but like before, no one was there. The only thing they could do was advise me to stay elsewhere for a few nights and to be cautious. I didn't argue. That night I packed a bag and stayed at a friend's house, but sleep still didn't come easily. Days passed, and I had a new lock installed on the storm door. The police never found whoever had been staying in my basement. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that someone is still out there, watching. And I don't think they were just passing through. Story 6. I was exhausted after a long day at work, too tired to cook. Ordering food delivery seemed like the best option, so I picked my usual place and placed an order. The estimated delivery time was about 30 minutes, so I settled onto the couch and turned on the TV. The night was quiet, and I looked forward to a hot meal before heading to bed. About 25 minutes later, I got a notification that my food had arrived. I expected the driver to ring my doorbell or leave the food at my door like usual. Instead, my phone rang with a call from an unknown number. I hesitated for a moment before answering, assuming it was the delivery driver needing directions. "Hey, I'm outside," the man said. His voice was deep, flat. "Come out and grab your order." Something about his tone unsettled me. "You can just leave it at the door," I replied, standing up and walking toward the peephole. The apartment hallway was empty, the front door locked just as I had left it. "I can't," he said after a pause. "You need to come out." A chill ran down my spine. Delivery drivers had left food at my door dozens of times before without issue. "Why not?" I asked, peeking out through the blinds to the parking lot below. A dark sedan was parked near the curb, engine running, but I couldn't see the driver clearly. "Company policy," he muttered. His voice had an edge to it, something forced, like he was reading from a script. That didn't make sense. "I'm not comfortable coming outside," I said firmly. "You can leave it by the door or cancel the order." Silence stretched on the line for a moment. Then he sighed. "Just come outside," he said, this time more insistent. I hung up. My gut told me something was wrong. I checked the app and saw that my order was still marked as in transit, not delivered. That was odd. I opened the chat feature to message the driver, but there was no response. My stomach twisted as I kept looking out the window, watching for movement near the sedan. Another call came in. It was him again. I ignored it, my heart starting to pound. Moments later, a message popped up. "Come outside. I'm waiting." I was officially freaked out. I quickly went to my door and double-checked the locks. My fingers hovered over the option to call the restaurant, but what would I even say? I decided to report the situation through the app. As I typed, a new message appeared. "I see you at the window." I stepped back so fast I nearly tripped. My breath hitched in my throat. There was no way he could see me from that angle, not unless he was much closer than I thought. I didn't dare look outside again. I grabbed my phone and dialed my friend, keeping my voice low. "Hey, I think someone's trying to mess with me." She immediately picked up on my fear. "What's going on?" I told her about the driver, how he refused to leave the food and kept insisting I come outside. She didn't hesitate. "Call the police." Before I could respond, a loud knock echoed from my door. My whole body stiffened. It wasn't the quick, polite knock of a delivery driver. It was slow, deliberate. My skin crawled. My friend was still on the line. "Are you still there?" "He's at my door," I whispered. She cursed under her breath. "I'm calling the cops. Stay where you are." The knocking came again, harder this time. I crept toward the peephole and forced myself to look. A man stood there, wearing dark clothes, but he wasn't holding a bag of food. His hands were empty. My stomach dropped. He wasn't a delivery driver. He knocked again. "Hey, your food's getting cold," he called, his voice too casual. I didn't answer. I backed away, heart hammering in my chest. Seconds later, my phone buzzed with a notification from the app. "Your driver has canceled the order." I stared at the screen. What? If the order was canceled, why was he still at my door? The knocking stopped. My apartment fell into an eerie silence. I held my breath, listening for any sound. Then, faintly, I heard footsteps retreating down the hall. I waited, barely breathing, until I heard the distant creak of the building's front door opening and closing. Minutes later, my friend called me back. "The police are on their way," she said. "Are you okay?" I exhaled shakily. "I think he's gone." I stayed on the line until the police arrived. They checked the building but found no sign of the man or his car. When I showed them the messages and the canceled order, they frowned. "This isn't the first time we've heard of something like this," one officer admitted. That sent a fresh wave of dread through me. "What do you mean?" "There have been reports of fake delivery drivers targeting people who live alone," he explained. "They use the app to find isolated customers and then try to lure them outside." My hands went cold. But how did he cancel the order? The officer sighed. "Some of these guys find ways to exploit the system. They accept an order, show up without food, and try to get the person outside. When it doesn't work, they cancel and disappear before we can track them." The thought made me sick. If I had stepped outside, what would have happened? That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me jump. I double-checked the locks 3 times, paranoid that he might come back. The next day, I called the delivery service and reported everything. They promised to investigate, but their tone told me they had heard similar complaints before. I deleted the app that same day. I didn't want to risk it happening again. From then on, I either cooked my own meals or picked up food myself. The memory of that night never left me, and every so often I found myself wondering how many others had opened their doors, only to regret it. Story 7. I had been home alone for a few hours, enjoying the quiet. My roommate Lisa worked late shifts, so I often had the apartment to myself in the evenings. I was curled up on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when I heard the front door open. The sound of keys jingling followed, then the familiar rustling of a jacket being taken off. I didn't think much of it at first. Lisa always made a bit of noise when she came home, kicking off her shoes and sighing dramatically about her long shifts. That was fast, I called out, not bothering to look away from my phone. When she didn't answer, I assumed she was just tired and went straight to her room. I stretched and got up, deciding to grab a snack from the kitchen. As I walked past Lisa's door, I noticed it was slightly ajar. That was odd, she usually shut it all the way. I peered inside, expecting to see her lying on her bed, but the room was empty. The bed was neatly made, her work shoes still in their usual spot by the closet. A chill ran down my spine. If Lisa wasn't in her room, then who had just walked through the front door? My mind immediately tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe she had left again without me noticing. Maybe I had misheard the door entirely. I pulled out my phone and sent her a quick message. "Did you just come home?" A few moments later, my screen lit up with a reply. "Still at work." "Why?" My stomach twisted into a knot. I glanced toward the hallway, suddenly hyper-aware of how silent the apartment had become. I wanted to believe I had imagined it, but the sound of the door opening had been so distinct. I had heard footsteps, the rustling of fabric, the unmistakable noise of someone moving around. I hesitated before stepping closer to the hallway, my ears straining for any other sounds. The apartment wasn't big, just a small two-bedroom with a single hallway leading from the living room to the bedrooms and bathroom. If someone had entered, there weren't many places to hide. I told myself I was overreacting, but my hands trembled as I pushed open the bathroom door. Empty. The closet in the hallway. Empty. I checked Lisa's room again, even glancing under the bed like a scared kid, half expecting to see a pair of eyes staring back at me. But there was nothing. The front door was still locked, the deadbolt in place. Maybe I had misheard. Maybe the sounds had come from the apartment next door, and my brain had tricked me into thinking they were closer. I tried to shake off the unease, forcing a laugh at myself for being so paranoid. I locked Lisa's door just in case and went back to the couch, turning up the TV for background noise. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every now and then I caught myself glancing toward the hallway, my skin crawling with the sensation that something was just out of sight. It felt like the apartment itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to notice something I had missed. I texted Lisa again, trying to sound casual. "Let me know when you're on your way home." She responded a few minutes later. "Still gonna be a couple of hours. You good?" I hesitated before replying. "Yeah, just a little creeped out. Thought I heard something." She sent back a laughing emoji and told me to watch something lighthearted. I tried. I really did. But no matter how much I tried to focus on the TV, the unease remained. Then, just as I was beginning to relax, I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible noise coming from Lisa's room. A soft creak like weight shifting on the floorboards. I sat up straight, my pulse thudding in my ears. I knew I had checked her room. I had locked the door. But now, standing outside it, I could see the faintest sliver of light escaping from beneath. The door was slightly open. It hadn't been before. My breath caught in my throat. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to move. With shaking hands, I grabbed the heaviest object nearby, a small lamp, and stepped toward the door. "Lisa." My own voice barely sounded like mine. No response, just silence, thick and suffocating. I reached out and pushed the door open, bracing myself for something, anything. But once again, the room was empty. No signs of movement, no shadows lurking in the corners. And yet the light was on. My fingers hovered over the light switch before I turned it off. As I stepped back into the hallway, I noticed something I hadn't before. The closet door in Lisa's room was slightly ajar. My heart pounded as I took a step closer, reaching out with trembling fingers. Just as I touched the handle, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I nearly screamed. I fumbled to check at Lisa. "Hey, just finished my shift. Be home soon." I swallowed hard. I couldn't explain it, but something in me didn't want to open that closet. Instead, I grabbed my keys and walked straight out of the apartment, locking the door behind me. I stood in the hallway, trying to steady my breathing. Lisa arrived 15 minutes later, looking confused when she saw me outside. "What's up?" she asked. I hesitated before shaking my head. I thought I heard something weird. We entered the apartment together, and everything looked normal. The closet in her room was shut, just as it should be. No signs of forced entry, nothing out of place. I felt foolish, but I couldn't shake the unease that something had been inside with me. Lisa laughed it off, saying I had probably imagined things. But that night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about the door, the footsteps, the shifting weight on the floorboards. I had checked everywhere. I had locked Lisa's door. And yet, something had moved when I wasn't looking. Story 8. The apartment smelled of fresh paint and dust when I moved in. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small one-bedroom in an old brick building on the edge of downtown. The rent was cheap, and aside from a few creaky floorboards and outdated fixtures, it seemed like a decent place to start fresh. I spent most of the first day unpacking, arranging furniture, and wiping down surfaces that still carried a layer of construction dust. While cleaning the bedroom, I noticed a draft coming from the far corner of the room. The wall didn't have any vents, and the windows were closed. Curious, I ran my fingers along the baseboard, feeling for gaps. When I knocked lightly on the wall, it sounded hollow. My curiosity got the better of me, and I grabbed a screwdriver from my toolbox to pry at the loose section of the wall. With a bit of effort, the panel came loose, revealing a small gap behind it. Inside, nestled in the darkness, was a small, leather-bound book. It was dusty and worn, with the edges of its pages slightly yellowed. My heart pounded as I carefully pulled it out and ran my fingers over the cover. There was no title, no name, just an old diary hidden inside my wall. I sat on my bed, flipping through the pages. The handwriting was neat but hurried in some places, as if the writer had been anxious while jotting things down. The entries were dated, spanning the last few months, and each page told a story of someone who had lived in this very apartment. They described everyday things: grocery trips, work struggles, late-night thoughts. But as I read further, the tone of the entries shifted. The writer mentioned feeling watched. They wrote about hearing strange noises at night, whispers coming from the vents, the soft creak of the closet door opening on its own. At first, they dismissed it as paranoia or settling noises in an old building. But as the days passed, the entries grew more frantic. The writer described waking up to find furniture slightly moved, objects going missing, and shadows in the hallway that vanished when they turned on the lights. I swallowed hard, flipping through the pages faster. Then I reached the last entry. The date caught my eye. It was from the day before I moved in. My hands trembled as I read the words, written in shaky handwriting. I can't stay here anymore. It knows I found the book. If you're reading this, leave before it finds you too. A chill ran down my spine. I glanced around the apartment, suddenly hyper-aware of every shadow, every sound. I had been here less than a day, and I hadn't noticed anything unusual. But now the silence felt heavier, like the apartment was holding its breath. I set the diary down and stood up, pacing the room. Maybe it was a joke. Maybe someone had left it behind as some weird prank. Still, I couldn't shake the unease creeping through me. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the building made my heart race. I kept my bedroom door shut, the diary still sitting on my nightstand. At some point, exhaustion won, and I drifted into a restless sleep. Then, in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of something shifting in the living room. My breath caught in my throat. I lay still, listening. The apartment was dark, and for a moment, I convinced myself it was just my imagination. But then, there was another sound, soft, deliberate footsteps. My stomach twisted. Someone was in my apartment. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight, forcing myself to move. My heart pounded as I crept to the bedroom door and slowly opened it. The living room was empty. Everything was exactly where I had left it. I checked the front door. It was still locked. But as I turned back toward my bedroom, something on the floor caught my eye. The diary had moved. It was lying open in the center of the living room. I knew I had left it on my nightstand. My hand shook as I picked it up, flipping to the last page. There was something new written there, in the same frantic handwriting. It knows you have the book. I dropped it like it had burned me. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what was happening. Maybe I had moved it in my sleep. Maybe my exhaustion was playing tricks on me. But the gnawing fear in my gut told me otherwise. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, keeping every light in the apartment on until the sun came up. The next day, I did some research on the building, trying to find out anything about the previous tenant. But there was nothing. No news articles, no records, nothing about someone suddenly moving out. The landlord had only said the last renter left in a hurry. I asked around, but no one seemed to remember them. It was like they had never existed. Over the next few nights, the noises started. Soft tapping inside the walls. A whisper that I could never quite make out. Shadows moving in the corners of my vision. Each night, it grew worse. The air in the apartment felt heavy, charged with something unseen. The worst part was that every morning I found the diary somewhere new. No matter where I hid it, it always appeared in the middle of my living room. I couldn't take it anymore. On the 5th night, I packed a bag and left. I didn't even bother turning off the lights. As I walked down the hallway, I felt a cold draft brush against my neck. I turned back just once, staring at my apartment door. My stomach churned. The door, which I had closed behind me, was now slightly open. I never went back. I broke my lease, left everything behind, and found another place across town. I told myself it was just paranoia, that the diary was just a strange coincidence. But even now, months later, I still think about it. I wonder who wrote it, what really happened to them, and most of all, I wonder if whoever moved in after me found the book too. Story 9. I woke up groggy, the faint glow of my alarm clock blinking 7:12 a.m. My body ached from restless sleep, and I rubbed my eyes as I reached for my phone. It had become a habit to check my fitness tracker first thing in the morning, just to see how well I had slept. But as I scrolled through the app, something strange caught my eye. There were steps recorded at 3:47 a.m., 123 steps. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the screen. I had been asleep. I knew I had been. My bedroom door had been locked and I lived alone. There was no way I could have been walking around at that hour. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding now as I checked the rest of my stats. My heart rate had spiked slightly around that time, but not enough to indicate anything serious. Maybe I had just gotten up to use the bathroom and forgotten. That had to be it. But when I thought back, I had no memory of waking up at all. I climbed out of bed and checked my apartment, just to reassure myself. The front door was locked, just as I had left it the night before. The windows were shut, the curtains undisturbed. Nothing seemed out of place. The air in the apartment was still quiet. Too quiet. I shook off the unease and got ready for my day, convincing myself it was just a glitch in the tracker. But the thought lingered at the back of my mind. I had never experienced anything like this before. As the day went on, I pushed it aside, focusing on work and errands, but by the time night came, the anxiety returned. I hesitated before going to bed, my eyes flickering toward my fitness tracker. I almost didn't want to wear it, but curiosity got the best of me. I needed to see if it happened again. I set it on the nightstand and climbed into bed, telling myself there was nothing to worry about. When I woke up the next morning, the first thing I did was check my phone. My stomach dropped. Steps recorded at 2:53 a.m., 162 this time. I felt a cold sweat break out along my back. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't me getting up and forgetting. Something was happening. I threw off the covers and rushed to check my apartment again. Everything was as I had left it. No signs of forced entry, no open doors. I checked the floor for any dirt or footprints, but there was nothing. It was like no one had moved at all. Except my tracker said otherwise. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the tracker was malfunctioning. Maybe I moved too much in my sleep, and it registered as steps. I searched online, but nothing I found explained why it would track steps when I hadn't left my bed. The more I read, the more unsettled I became. That night, I decided to take extra precautions. I locked my bedroom door, placed my shoes in a specific position by the door, and even set my phone to record audio while I slept. If anything happened, I would know. I lay awake for a long time, listening to the silence around me before finally drifting off. Morning came and my hands trembled as I reached for my phone. Steps recorded at 3:21 a.m., 198 this time. My breathing was shallow as I checked my room. The door was still locked. My shoes were untouched. It didn't make sense. I checked the recording next, my fingers shaking as I pressed play. The first few hours were just the sound of my breathing, the occasional rustle of sheets. Then, at 3:21 a.m., there was something else. A soft creaking sound like floorboards shifting. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate steps. I felt sick. The sound was unmistakable. Someone or something had been moving around in my apartment while I slept. But that was impossible. No one had broken in. There were no signs of entry. And yet my tracker and the recording told me otherwise. I couldn't stay here. I grabbed my keys and left the apartment, my pulse pounding in my ears. I didn't know where I was going, but I needed to get out. I sat in my car, trying to steady my breathing, my mind racing through possibilities. Was I sleepwalking? Was someone getting in and out without leaving a trace? I called a locksmith later that day and had all my locks changed. I even set up a camera in my bedroom, pointing straight at my bed and the door. If this happened again, I would have proof. That night, I barely slept. every creak and shift in the apartment sending a jolt of fear through me. The next morning, my tracker showed no steps. I let out a shaky breath, relieved. Maybe the locks had done the trick. Maybe it was all in my head. But just to be sure, I checked the camera footage. The video started normally, me shifting in bed, the occasional movement under the blankets. Hours passed in silence. Then at 3:21 a.m. the screen flickered. For a brief second, the feed went black. When it returned, my bedroom door was slightly open. I stared at the screen, my skin crawling. I had locked that door. I had checked it twice. But in the footage, it was open. The seconds passed, and nothing else moved. No figure, no shadow, just a door, slightly ajar. I slammed the laptop shut, my heart pounding. I had to get out. Whatever was happening, I didn't want to be here when it got worse. I packed a bag and left, unsure if I would ever come back. Story 10. It was late at night when I sat down at my desk, sipping the last bit of my coffee as I checked my emails. The usual spam and work-related messages filled my inbox, nothing out of the ordinary. Just as I was about to shut my laptop for the night, a new email popped up. My breath caught in my throat when I saw the sender my own email address. For a moment, I thought it was some kind of phishing scam. Hackers sometimes spoof email addresses to make their messages look legitimate. But then I clicked on it, and my stomach dropped. The subject line simply read, "You should be more careful." The body of the email contained personal details, things no one else could possibly know. There was my childhood home address, the name of my first pet, and even a line from a journal entry I had written just last week. My hands started to shake as I scrolled down. The message ended with a question, "Are you alone right now?" My apartment, usually comforting, suddenly felt too large, too exposed. I immediately checked my email sent folder to see if I had somehow sent this to myself by accident. Nothing was there. I checked my recent logins, but there were no unauthorized attempts. Everything looked normal, except it wasn't. Someone had not only accessed my email, but they knew things that weren't even stored digitally. I closed my laptop and scanned the room. The paranoia had already set in, and I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. I tried to tell myself it was a cruel prank, maybe a weirdly targeted scam, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. My curtains were open and I quickly pulled them shut, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was. My phone buzzed on the table, making me jump. It was a notification that I had logged into my email from another device, except I hadn't. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it. Was someone inside my account right now, reading my emails as I sat here? I refreshed the inbox, but there were no new messages. I decided to change my password immediately, fingers fumbling as I typed. Once I secured the account, I forced myself to breathe. Maybe it was over. Maybe whoever had done this would move on now that I had locked them out. But just as I started to relax, another email appeared. This time there was no subject, no message, just an attachment. A single image file named look.jep. My heartbeat pounded in my ears as I hesitated. Every horror movie instinct screamed at me not to open it. But curiosity won. I clicked the file, and my screen filled with an image taken from my apartment hallway. The angle was low, as if the camera had been placed near the floor. The door to my unit was in the frame, slightly ajar. That wasn't possible. I had locked my door. I spun around, staring at my front door. It was closed. I ran to check the lock, twisting the knob just to make sure it was secure. My pulse was racing as I checked every window, every possible entry point. Everything was locked. But that picture wasn't taken from the security cameras in the building. Someone had been standing outside my door, watching. I wanted to call someone, but who? The police wouldn't do anything about an email. I didn't have proof that someone had broken in. I thought about calling a friend, but what would I say? That my own email was sending me threats. It sounded insane. I paced the living room, trying to decide what to do. Then my phone buzzed again. Another email. This time a single sentence. I like watching you read this. The air in the room felt suffocating. I turned off the lights, hoping to make it harder for anyone outside to see in. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. I typed back a reply, hands shaking. Who is this? I hit send, regretting it instantly. The last thing I wanted was to engage with whoever this was. But the email didn't bounce back. It sent successfully. Seconds later, a reply arrived. No words, just another attachment. I hesitated before clicking it. My vision blurred slightly as I realized what I was looking at. It was a picture of me, taken from behind. I was sitting at my desk, staring at my laptop screen. My blood ran cold. The angle it was taken from inside my apartment. I spun around, my breath shallow, but the apartment was empty. The silence pressed against my ears as I checked every room. No one was there. I looked back at my laptop screen, my cursor hovering over the email. I reached for my phone and dialed 911. I didn't care how paranoid I sounded, someone had been in my home. The operator's voice was calm as I explained what had happened, but I could hear the doubt in her tone. Are you sure the picture wasn't taken earlier? Maybe you just forgot. I insisted that wasn't possible. I would have noticed if someone had been in my apartment, wouldn't I? But the truth was, I didn't know. Maybe I hadn't noticed. Maybe they had been watching for a while. The police arrived 20 minutes later. They checked my apartment, my building's hallways, and even the security footage. But nothing was there. No signs of forced entry. No one lurking outside. My emails were dismissed as a hacking incident, and they told me to file a report with my email provider. I felt stupid, like I had wasted their time. But as they left, one officer paused at my door. "Change your locks," he said quietly, "and be careful." That night, I barely slept. Every creak in the apartment made me jump. I kept my laptop closed, my phone turned off, but I still felt watched. The next morning, I went to a locksmith and changed every lock in my apartment. I reset every password, deleted my email account, and created a new one. But the fear didn't go away. A week later, I received a new email. This time it wasn't from my address, but the subject line made my stomach drop. You can change your email, you can change your locks. But I never left. I slammed my laptop shut. I didn't need to open it. I already knew what the attachment would be. Story 11. The parking lot was nearly deserted when I walked out of the grocery store, the sun just beginning to set. I had taken my time shopping, enjoying the quiet after a long day at work. My car was parked near the back of the lot, away from the other vehicles. As I approached, I noticed a white van slowly rolling through the empty rows, its windows too tinted to see inside. I didn't think much of it at first, assuming it was someone looking for a parking space or maybe just cutting through. I reached my car and unlocked the door, setting my bags in the passenger seat. Just as I was about to slide into the driver's seat, the van pulled up beside me, close enough that I couldn't open my door. My stomach twisted as the realization hit me I was blocked in. For a moment, I froze, gripping my car keys tightly in my hand. The van's engine was still running, but no one stepped out or rolled down a window. I glanced around the lot, hoping to see another person nearby, but there was no one. A wave of unease washed over me as I realized how isolated I was. I took a deep breath and tried to act normal, pretending to check my phone as I stole glances at the van. The back doors were shut, but something about the vehicle felt wrong. It was old, a little beat up, with no logos or markings. Just a plain white van. My gut screamed at me to stay alert. I turned, pretending to walk back toward the store as if I had forgotten something. As soon as I moved away from my car, the van's driver's side window rolled down slightly. I caught a glimpse of someone inside, a man, partially obscured by the shadow of the vehicle's interior. His face was turned toward me, but he didn't say anything. My pulse quickened as I kept walking, resisting the urge to break into a run. The automatic doors of the grocery store slid open as I stepped inside, and I felt a rush of relief just being around other people. I turned back to look at the parking lot, but the van hadn't moved. It was still sitting right next to my car, idling. I pretended to browse a display near the entrance, trying to figure out what to do. My car was blocked, and I had no idea how long the van would stay there. I debated calling the police, but what would I even say? That a van parked next to me. That someone inside had just sat there. It wasn't exactly a crime, but I knew something wasn't right. I waited a few more minutes, watching through the glass doors. Finally, the van started to move, pulling forward, and then turning toward the lot's exit. I exhaled sharply, my hands trembling as I gripped my phone. The van was leaving. Maybe I had overreacted. Maybe it had just been a coincidence. Still, I decided to wait a few extra minutes before heading back out, just to be safe. When I finally stepped outside again, I walked briskly, scanning my surroundings. My car was just as I had left it, and I quickly got inside, locking the doors immediately. My hands were still shaking as I started the engine. Just as I was about to pull out of my spot, I saw something in my side mirror that made my blood run cold. The van was parked near the exit, just sitting there. The driver was watching me. My heart pounded as I gripped the steering wheel, forcing myself to stay calm. I couldn't go straight home, not if someone was following me. I pulled out of the parking lot, taking a different route than usual, making random turns through side streets. Each time I checked my mirror, the van was still there. It wasn't a coincidence anymore. They were following me. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I knew I couldn't lead them to my house, so I decided to head toward a busy area, hoping to lose them. My mind raced through options. Should I call the police? Should I pull into a gas station with cameras? I spotted a well-lit shopping center up ahead and made a sharp turn into the lot. I parked near the entrance of a crowded store, quickly grabbing my phone. When I looked up, the van had stopped at the edge of the lot, its brake lights glowing red. For a few seconds it just sat there. Then, slowly it turned and drove away. My breath came out in a shaky exhale as I watched it disappear down the road. I stayed parked for a long time, my hands gripping the steering wheel. I kept replaying everything in my head, trying to make sense of it. Had they just been trying to scare me, or had they been waiting for a moment when I was truly alone? Either way, I knew one thing for sure: I would never park in an empty lot again. Story 12. The sun had already set by the time I pulled into my driveway. The familiar sight of my house should have brought a sense of relief after a long day, but something felt off. I couldn't quite place it at first, just a nagging feeling at the back of my mind. Shaking it off, I grabbed my bag and made my way to the front door. I fumbled with my keys for a moment before pushing the door open. The house was dark, just as I had left it that morning, but a faint chill hung in the air. I flipped on the light switch, scanning the living room for anything unusual. Everything seemed in place, but the unease in my stomach didn't fade. Setting my bag down, I moved toward the kitchen to get a glass of water. As I walked past the hallway leading to the back of the house, a breeze brushed against my skin. I stopped, my heart skipping a beat. That was impossible. I never left any windows open. Slowly, I turned toward the source of the draft. The window in the dining room was slightly open. It wasn't much, just a crack, but enough to make my stomach twist. I had locked that window before leaving. I was sure of it. For a moment, I just stood there, trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe I had forgotten. Maybe the latch was loose. But as I stepped closer, I noticed something that made my breath catch. The lock was turned up, unlatched from the inside. I swallowed hard, glancing around the room. Nothing looked disturbed, but that didn't mean someone hadn't been here. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for my phone. Should I call the police? But what would I even tell them? That a window was open. Taking a deep breath, I decided to check the rest of the house before panicking. My footsteps were slow, careful, as I moved from room to room. The living room, kitchen, and bathroom were all exactly how I had left them. But when I reached my bedroom, a fresh wave of unease settled over me. The closet door was open. Just a crack, but it had been shut that morning. I was sure of it. My fingers tightened around my phone as I stared at the dark space between the door and the frame. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. I reached out hesitantly, gripping the handle with clammy fingers. With one swift motion, I yanked the door open. My closet was empty. Clothes hung neatly, shoes lined up as usual, but I still felt like I wasn't alone. The sensation of being watched was suffocating. I forced myself to take a step back, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I had left the window cracked and the closet door slightly open without realizing it. But deep down, I didn't believe that. Something wasn't right. Deciding I had had enough for one night, I locked the window, double-checking the latch before moving to the front door. I secured the deadbolt, peering through the peephole just to be sure no one was outside. The street was quiet, empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I checked every door and window again before heading to bed. Under my covers, I tried to tell myself I was just tired. My mind was playing tricks on me. But as I lay there in the darkness, I swore I heard something, a faint creak from the hallway. My body tensed, every muscle locked in place. I held my breath, listening. Another creak. Slow, deliberate. It wasn't the house settling. Someone was moving. Hard hammering, I reached for my phone, my fingers shaking as I unlocked it. My screen cast a faint glow over the room as I hovered over the keypad. Another step, closer this time. I forced myself to sit up, straining my ears. The sound had stopped. Silence filled the air, but I knew what I had heard. Summoning every ounce of courage, I slipped out of bed, my feet barely making a sound against the floor. I moved toward my bedroom door, pressing my ear against it. Nothing. My pulse pounded as I slowly turned the handle. The hallway was dark, shadows stretching across the walls. I took a hesitant step forward, my breath caught in my throat. As I reached the living room, I stopped abruptly. The window, the same one I had locked, was open again, this time wider than before. Cold air seeped in, sending a chill down my spine. Someone had been in my house. Panic surged through me as I backed away, gripping my phone like a lifeline. I turned toward the front door, ready to run, but a sound stopped me, a faint rustling from the kitchen. Someone was still here. Adrenaline took over. I darted for the front door, unlocking it in one frantic motion. As I flung it open, I heard movement behind me, but I didn't look back. I ran outside, slamming the door shut behind me as I bolted toward my car. Fumbling with my keys, I managed to unlock the door and throw myself inside. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely start the engine. As my headlights illuminated the front of my house, I half expected to see someone staring back at me from the window. But there was nothing. Just the darkened interior of my home. My stomach twisted as I backed out of the driveway, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I didn't stop driving until I reached a well-lit gas station miles away. My mind raced, replaying every detail. Had someone been in my house the whole time? Were they hiding when I checked the rooms? Or had they slipped back inside when I wasn't looking? I called the police from the gas station, my voice barely steady as I explained what had happened. They told me to stay put and send a patrol car to check my house. When they called back, they said they found nothing, no signs of forced entry, nothing missing, no one inside. I knew what they were thinking. Maybe I had left the window open. Maybe I had imagined the noises. But I knew the truth. Someone had been there. And worst of all, they had been quiet enough to leave without a trace. I didn't go home that night. Instead, I checked into a motel, my nerves too frayed to even consider sleeping in that house alone. Lying in the unfamiliar bed, I stared at the ceiling, the feeling of being watched still clinging to me. Even with the locked door and deadbolt, I knew I wouldn't sleep. Because whoever had been in my house had gotten in once, and nothing was stopping them from coming back. Story 13. I stood at the bus stop, shifting my weight from one foot to the other as the cool evening breeze rolled through the nearly empty street. The streetlights flickered slightly, casting long shadows on the pavement. It was late, and I was eager to get home after a long day at work. The bus was scheduled to arrive in 5 minutes, and I stared down the road, hoping to see its headlights in the distance. There were only a few people waiting alongside me, mostly silent, lost in their own thoughts. A man in a dark coat stood to my left, his hands tucked into his pockets, his face hidden under the brim of a hat. Something about him felt off, but I ignored it. People kept to themselves in the city, and I had learned not to pay too much attention to strangers. I heard movement beside me and turned slightly. The man in the dark coat had shifted closer. I tensed but kept my eyes forward, pretending not to notice. Then, in a low voice, just loud enough for me to hear, he whispered, "Don't get on. It's not safe." My stomach clenched at his words and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I turned my head slightly, trying to see his face without making it obvious. His posture was stiff, his face unreadable beneath the shadow of his hat. I swallowed hard, my mind racing with questions. Was this some kind of sick joke? A warning? Or was he just another unstable person on the streets? The bus's headlights appeared in the distance, a bright glow cutting through the darkened road. The other people at the stop shifted in anticipation, stepping forward slightly as the bus approached. My heart pounded as I glanced back at the man, expecting him to move away or step forward with the others. But he didn't. He just stood there, still as a statue. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to think rationally. It was probably nothing. Maybe he was just trying to scare me for his own amusement. The bus slowed to a stop, hissing as the doors opened. The driver gave a tired nod, and the small group of waiting passengers began filing inside. I hesitated, my feet rooted to the spot. The man beside me didn't move. His head tilted slightly in my direction, as if waiting for my decision. My pulse thundered in my ears as I glanced back at the bus. The driver was staring at me now, one hand resting on the wheel, his expression unreadable. I had a choice to make: step on like nothing was wrong, or listen to a stranger's eerie warning. At the last second, I stepped back. The bus doors hissed shut, and it pulled away from the curb. I watched as it disappeared down the road, my breath uneven. I wasn't sure what I expected to happen. Maybe nothing. Maybe I had just let fear get the best of me. I turned to the man, ready to demand an explanation, but he was gone. My head snapped from side to side, searching the sidewalk, the street, even the shadows near the buildings. There was no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. My hands trembled slightly as I rubbed them together, trying to calm myself. Maybe he had just walked away while I was watching the bus. That had to be it. I pulled out my phone, debating whether to call someone and tell them what had just happened. Before I could decide, my screen lit up with a news alert. My breath caught in my throat as I read the headline. The bus I was supposed to take had been in an accident. The details were still unclear, but there had been a collision a few blocks away. My legs felt weak as I lowered the phone. If I had gotten on that bus, I would have been in that crash. My mind reeled, trying to process what had just happened. The man, the warning. It had all felt so unreal, but the proof was right there in front of me. I had been spared from something terrible, and I had no idea how or why. I turned in circles, searching the area once more for any sign of the man who had warned me. But the street was empty, silent except for the distant sounds of traffic. My stomach twisted. Had he known what was going to happen? If so, how? And why had he chosen to warn me? I stayed at the bus stop for a long time, my thoughts racing. Eventually I walked home, my nerves still rattled. I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone had intervened in my life that night. I thought about reporting it to the police, but what would I even say? That a stranger whispered in my ear, vanished, and then a bus crashed. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the man's shadowed face, heard his low whisper repeating in my ears. I kept my phone close, refreshing the news for updates on the crash. Details emerged throughout the night. Several people had been injured, but thankfully there were no fatalities. The cause was still under investigation. Days passed and I couldn't shake the unease that lingered in my chest. I avoided taking the bus for a while, choosing to walk or use other transportation instead. Every time I passed the stop where it happened, I felt the hair on my arms stand on end. I never saw the man in the dark coat again. One evening, about a week later, I found something in my jacket pocket. A small slip of paper, folded neatly. My breath hitched as I pulled it out and unfolded it. 3 simple words were scrawled across it in the same precise handwriting. "You're welcome. Be careful." I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. I knew for a fact that I hadn't put that note there. No one had access to my jacket except me. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the sidewalk, the street, the faces of people walking by. But just like before, there was no sign of him. I swallowed hard and shoved the note deep into my pocket. My mind whirled with unanswered questions, but one thing was clear. Whoever he was, he had known something that I hadn't, and for some reason he had saved my life. Story 14. I moved into the apartment a week ago, happy to finally have a place of my own. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small 1-bedroom unit in an older building, but it was affordable and close to work. Everything seemed fine at first, but there was an odd feeling I couldn't shake, like I was being watched. I chalked it up to nerves and told myself I was just getting used to the new space. One evening, while lying on the couch, I noticed something strange about the smoke detector in the living room. It was positioned oddly, not quite in the center of the ceiling like most smoke detectors I'd seen. The more I stared at it, the more I felt something was off. A nagging curiosity crept in, urging me to take a closer look. I grabbed a chair and stood on it, reaching up to inspect the device. The cover seemed slightly loose, as if it hadn't been properly secured. My heart pounded as I carefully pried it open, revealing something I hadn't expected. Inside, nestled where the battery should have been, was a small black lens. I felt a wave of nausea roll over me as I stared at the hidden camera. My mind raced through the implication someone had been watching me in my own home. I backed away, nearly stumbling off the chair, my breathing uneven. The once cozy apartment now felt like a trap, an exposed place where my privacy had been violated. Shaking, I grabbed my phone and took a picture of the camera. I didn't know who had put it there, the landlord, a previous tenant, or someone else entirely. The thought of someone monitoring my every move made my skin crawl. I immediately removed the device, careful not to touch the lens, and placed it on the counter. I paced the apartment, my mind spiraling into paranoia. If there was one camera, could there be more? The bathroom, the bedroom, had someone been watching me sleep, change, go about my life unknowingly? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I had to check the rest of the apartment. I searched every corner, feeling along walls, peering behind vents, and checking other devices. Every smoke detector, every outlet cover, even the shower head, nothing else seemed out of place. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd lost something I could never get back. My sense of security had been shattered. My hands trembled as I looked up what to do in situations like this. There were stories online of people finding hidden cameras in hotels and rentals, warnings about checking for unusual objects. I wished I had known sooner. I couldn't help but wonder how long the camera had been there and who had been watching me. I needed answers, so I decided to confront my landlord. I hesitated before dialing his number, unsure of what to say. If he was responsible, he'd deny it, but I had to try. The phone rang several times before he picked up, his voice casual, unaware of the panic in mine. I kept my voice steady as I told him what I had found. There was a long pause on his end, followed by a response that didn't sit right with me. He sounded surprised, but his tone had a nervous edge. He insisted he had no idea and suggested a previous tenant might have installed it. I wanted to believe him, but something felt off. If a tenant had done it, why hadn't the landlord checked the apartment before renting it out? The thought made my stomach turn. I told him I was going to report it, and his response was immediate. He tried to dissuade me, saying it was probably nothing. That only made me more suspicious. I hung up and called the police, reporting what I had found. They took me seriously, asking me to bring the device to the station. I packed it in a plastic bag and left the apartment as fast as I could, my heart hammering with every step. At the station, an officer took my statement and examined the device. He confirmed it was a functioning camera, likely connected to a wireless feed. That meant someone had been actively watching. The weight of that realization nearly made me sick. I asked if they could trace it back to whoever had set it up. The officer said they would investigate, but cases like these were difficult. If the camera had been remotely accessed, finding the owner could take time. I felt a deep sense of helplessness, knowing the person responsible might never be caught. I had trusted my apartment to be a safe space, and now that trust was gone. I went back to the apartment that night, but I couldn't bring myself to stay. Every shadow, every corner felt tainted. I packed a small bag and booked a hotel room, unsure of what to do next. My lease had just started, but I knew I couldn't stay there anymore. The next day, I called a lawyer and explained the situation. He advised me to send a formal complaint to the property management company and request an immediate lease termination. He also suggested looking into tenant rights in my state to see what legal actions I could take. I followed his advice, writing a detailed letter and attaching pictures of the camera. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. This wasn't just an invasion of privacy, it was a crime. I wasn't going to let this go. I deserved to feel safe in my own home. Days passed, and I waited for updates from both the police and the management company. The landlord, now aware that I had involved law enforcement, stopped answering my calls. That only solidified my suspicions. If he was innocent, why would he avoid me? Eventually, the property management company responded, claiming they had no knowledge of the device. They agreed to let me out of my lease early, likely to avoid legal trouble. It wasn't justice, but at least it meant I could leave. I didn't care about getting my deposit back, I just wanted to be far away. I moved out within the week. My trust in renting forever changed. I found a new apartment in a different area, but before settling in, I checked everything: smoke detectors, vents, outlets. I refused to let this happen again. No one would ever invade my privacy like that again. Even now, I think about the camera and who had been watching. I wonder what they saw, what they wanted, and if they had done this to other tenants before me. I hope the police find them, but deep down I know they might never be caught. The only thing I can do is stay vigilant and never let my guard down again. Story 15. I unlocked my apartment door and stepped inside, immediately sensing something was off. The air felt heavier, like it had been recently disturbed, and a faint scent lingered, something unfamiliar. I hesitated in the doorway, scanning the living room, but everything looked the same. My keys jingled in my shaking hand as I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid. Closing the door behind me, I took a slow step forward, my heart hammering. The couch was in its usual place, the throw blanket folded just as I had left it. But the coffee table seemed slightly shifted, just an inch or two off center. I frowned, trying to remember if I had moved it before leaving that morning. I walked toward the kitchen, my breath coming in shallow puffs. The chairs around the small dining table were tucked in, except for one, which was pushed back as if someone had been sitting there. A chill ran through me as I stared at it, my pulse pounding in my ears. I reached out and pushed it back in, my fingers trembling. In the kitchen, the strangeness continued. The dish towel I always draped over the oven handle was now on the counter. A single cabinet door was slightly ajar, though I knew I had closed everything that morning. I swallowed hard, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe I had left in a rush and forgotten small details. I turned to check the hallway, my stomach twisting with unease. The door to my bedroom was slightly open, though I always shut it when I leave. My feet felt heavy as I stepped forward, my hand tightening into a fist at my side. Pushing the door open, I scanned the room, searching for anything else that might be out of place. My bed was made, just as I had left it, but the pillows seemed different, slightly indented. My nightstand drawer, which I always kept shut, was open just a crack. I held my breath as I approached, my fingers hesitating before pulling it open fully. My belongings were still inside, but my journal sat on top, as if someone had taken it out and put it back in a hurry. A sharp prick of fear shot through me as I looked around the room again. The closet door was closed, but suddenly it felt like it was too closed. I knew I had left it slightly open that morning. My throat went dry as I took a cautious step forward, every nerve in my body screaming at me to run. Slowly, I reached out and gripped the handle. I yanked the door open in one swift motion, my breath catching in my throat. The closet was empty, just rows of hanging clothes and neatly stacked shoes. But something felt wrong. I crouched down, peering into the small gap beneath my hanging coats, and my stomach dropped. The edge of one of my shoeboxes was sticking out, just slightly, as if it had been moved. My hands shook as I pulled the box out, my heart thudding against my ribs. Inside were old photos, letters, and keepsakes I rarely looked at. I sifted through them, searching for anything out of place. Then I saw a single photograph sitting on top, one I knew hadn't been there before. It was a picture of me, taken months ago, from a distance. Panic surged through me as I stumbled back, my legs nearly giving out beneath me. Someone had been in my apartment. Not just recently, but long enough to go through my things, to leave a message. My fingers clenched around the photo, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I needed to get out. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. My mind raced with possibilities. Had I forgotten to lock the door? Had someone picked the lock? The thought made me shudder. I pressed the call button for the police, my voice barely steady as I explained the situation. Within minutes, officers arrived, their presence doing little to ease the tight knot in my stomach. They swept through my apartment, checking every corner, but found nothing. No forced entry, no clear signs of a break-in. One of the officers examined the photograph in my shaking hands, his expression unreadable. "Do you know who could have taken this?" he asked, his voice calm but firm. I shook my head, my mind scrambling for answers. "No," I whispered, my throat dry. "I don't even remember when this was taken." The officer glanced around the apartment before turning back to me. "Whoever was here didn't steal anything. It's almost like they wanted you to know they were here." His words sent another wave of fear through me. The officers advised me to change my locks and be extra cautious in the coming days. They promised to increase patrols in the area, but I could tell they didn't expect much to come from it. As they left, I felt more alone than ever. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow felt like a figure lurking in the dark. I double-checked the locks 3 times before finally forcing myself into bed. But even with the covers pulled tight around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching. The next morning, I called my landlord and arranged to have the locks changed immediately. As I waited for the locksmith, I sat at my dining table staring at the photo. Who had been in my apartment? Why hadn't they taken anything? And worst of all, what if they came back? Over the next few days, I found myself growing more paranoid. I checked the windows obsessively, listened for any unusual noises in the hallway. I even bought a small security camera and set it up near the door. Every time I left my apartment, I wondered if I would return to find something else out of place. Then, one evening, as I sat on my couch trying to distract myself with television, my phone buzzed. A new text from an unknown number. My heart pounded as I opened it, my fingers cold against the screen. It was just 2 words, "See you." The blood drained from my face as I stared at the message. My vision blurred, my breathing shallow. I didn't know who had sent it, but I knew what it meant. Someone had been in my home, watching me, waiting. And now they wanted me to know they weren't done. Story 16. I had just settled onto my couch after a long day at work when my phone started vibrating. The screen showed blocked number. I frowned, debating whether to answer. Curiosity got the best of me, and I put the phone to my ear. At first, there was nothing but silence. I thought maybe it was a robocall or a telemarketer. Just as I was about to hang up, a voice spoke. It was flat, almost mechanical, and it sent a chill down my spine. The voice recited my full address, every detail, the number, the street name, even my apartment number. My breath caught in my throat, and I gripped the phone tighter. "Who is this?" I demanded, but the line went dead. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at the phone. I checked my call log, but there was nothing to trace, just blocked number. A cold shiver ran through me. Maybe it was a prank. Someone with access to public records trying to scare me. But something about the way they said it, slow and deliberate, made my stomach twist. I stood up and walked to my front door, making sure it was locked. Then I checked the windows, peering out cautiously. The street was empty except for a few parked cars. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. I tried to push it out of my mind. Maybe it was just a mistake, a wrong number. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I turned on the TV to drown out the silence, trying to focus on anything but the call. An hour passed, then another. I was starting to relax when my phone vibrated again. Another call from a blocked number. My pulse quickened as I hesitated before answering. This time I didn't say anything. I just listened. The silence stretched on for a few seconds before that same voice spoke again. It repeated my address, word for word, then paused. I could hear breathing on the other end, slow, measured breaths. My skin crawled. "Who are you?" I asked again, my voice quieter this time. The breathing continued for a moment before the call cut off. I put my phone down, my hands slightly shaking. This wasn't random. Someone knew where I lived, and they wanted me to know that they knew. I stood up again, walking to the window, carefully peeking through the blinds. That's when I noticed something. A car was parked across the street, its headlights off. I hadn't seen it before. It was an older model, dark-colored, barely visible in the dim streetlights. It wasn't moving, but I had the unsettling feeling that someone inside was watching me. I grabbed my phone and texted my friend, telling them about the calls. They responded quickly, telling me to call the police. But what would I even tell them? That someone had called me and said my address. That a car I didn't recognize was parked outside. I kept watching the car. Minutes passed, and still no movement. My stomach twisted into knots. I decided to turn off all my lights, hoping that if someone was watching, they'd think I had gone to bed. I sat on my couch, phone in hand, waiting. I told myself I wouldn't fall asleep, but exhaustion crept in. My eyes grew heavy, and despite the fear, I drifted off. A loud vibration jolted me awake. My phone was ringing again. Another blocked number. My heart pounded as I hesitated before answering. This time the voice didn't repeat my address. Instead, it whispered, "Why did you turn off the lights?" A cold wave of fear crashed over me. I shot up from the couch, my hands trembling. They were watching me. Right now, I spun around, staring at my windows, my door, every dark corner of my apartment. I couldn't stay here. I grabbed my keys and, without turning on any lights, slowly crept toward the door. I listened for any sound outside, any movement in the hall. My apartment building was quiet. Too quiet. Taking a deep breath, I unlocked the door as quietly as possible and stepped into the hallway. My plan was to go straight to my car and drive to my friend's place. But as I reached the stairs, my phone buzzed again. I didn't answer this time, but I looked at the screen. A new message, just one word, leaving. I felt sick. I wasn't safe here, but I wasn't safe outside either. I turned around and hurried back into my apartment, locking the door behind me. My breathing was shaky as I pressed my back against the door, trying to think. I needed help. I finally did what I should have done earlier. I called the police. My voice shook as I told them what was happening. The dispatcher stayed on the line with me, telling me to stay put until officers arrived. Minutes felt like hours as I waited. I kept glancing out the window. The car was still there. But then, just before I saw the flashing blue and red lights of the police arriving, the car's headlights flicked on. It pulled away slowly, disappearing down the street before the officers could even see it. When the police arrived, I explained everything. The calls, the car, the messages. They took my phone, checked the call logs, but there was nothing traceable. Whoever had contacted me had made sure they couldn't be found. They offered to have a patrol car pass by throughout the night. I agreed, but I knew it wouldn't change much. Whoever it was, they had already disappeared into the night. I didn't sleep at all. Every small noise made me jump. Every shadow felt like a threat. By morning, I had made a decision I couldn't stay here anymore. Within a week, I broke my lease and moved in with my friend while I searched for a new place. I changed my number, deleted any personal information I could from online directories, and became extra cautious about who I gave my contact details to. Whoever had called me that night never contacted me again. The car never returned, and no one ever figured out who was behind it. But the fear never truly left. Even now, whenever I get a call from an unknown number, my stomach twists in dread, because deep down I know that whoever it was, they wanted me to be afraid, and they succeeded. Story 17. I had been traveling for weeks, hopping between cheap hostels to stretch my budget. That night, I checked into a small, older hostel in a quiet part of town. It wasn't the nicest place, but it was clean enough, and after a long day of walking, all I wanted was sleep. The dorm room had 4 bunk beds, but when I arrived, only one other bed was occupied. I met the guy staying in the other bed, a quiet traveler with a thick accent who barely spoke. He gave me a polite nod before turning back to his book, and I didn't press for conversation. After showering, I climbed into my bed, checking my phone one last time before setting an alarm. The room was dim, illuminated only by a weak lamp near the door. At some point in the night, I woke up feeling uneasy. The room was completely dark, and for a second, I wasn't sure what had disturbed me. Then, I felt a presence. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes adjusted to the darkness. Someone was standing at the foot of my bed, completely still. My heart pounded as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure was just a shadowy outline in the darkness, barely illuminated by the faint glow of the streetlight filtering through the curtains. I thought maybe it was the other traveler, but something about the way they stood rigid and unmoving filled me with dread. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "Hello?" My voice came out weak, barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond, didn't move, didn't make a sound. I told myself I was imagining things, that maybe I was still half asleep. But the longer I stared, the more certain I became. Someone was watching me. The silence was suffocating. I slowly reached for my phone, careful not to make sudden movements. My fingers trembled as I turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, and my stomach twisted in horror. The person standing there wasn't the other traveler. It was someone else entirely. Their face was pale, eyes wide and unblinking, staring directly at me. They weren't wearing shoes, and their clothes looked wrinkled and dirty. For a moment, neither of us moved, locked in a silent, terrifying standoff. Then, without a word, the person turned and walked toward the door, their steps slow and deliberate. I sat up, my entire body tense as I watched them. They didn't run. They didn't even glance back. They simply slipped out of the room, shutting the door softly behind them. My pulse hammered in my ears as I fumbled to turn on the main light, my hands shaking. The other traveler stirred, grumbling in a language I didn't understand before blinking up at me. He squinted against the sudden brightness. What happened? His voice was groggy, thick with sleep. I pointed at the door, my breath still coming in short gasps. There was someone in here. He sat up straighter, his expression shifting to concern. What do you mean? I explained what had happened, my voice rushed and uneven. He frowned, swinging his legs off the bed and standing up. Together we checked the door. It was still locked. My stomach sank. How had they gotten in? I checked the window, but it was latched. There were no other entrances. The only way in or out was through that locked door. The traveler and I exchanged uneasy glances, neither of us sure what to do. We decided to check the hallway. I hesitated before stepping out, glancing both ways. The corridor was empty, lined with closed doors leading to other dorms. The hostel was silent, the kind of stillness that felt unnatural, like the building itself was holding its breath. We went downstairs to the reception desk, but no one was there. A small bell sat on the counter, so I rang it. A few minutes passed before an older man emerged from a back room, rubbing his eyes. Problem? His voice was thick with exhaustion. I explained what had happened, my words tumbling over each other. He frowned, listening carefully before shaking his head. Impossible, he said. All doors are locked. No one comes in or out after midnight without a key. His casual dismissal made my skin crawl. Can you check the security cameras? I asked. The man sighed, rubbing his temples before nodding. He led us to a small room behind the desk, where a row of monitors displayed grainy black and white footage. He rewound the footage from our hallway. At first, everything was normal. The camera showed me entering the room earlier that night. Hours passed, nothing changed. Then, just before the moment I had woken up, the screen flickered. When the footage resumed, the door to my room was open, swinging slightly. The man in the footage, pale-faced, barefoot, wearing the same wrinkled clothes, stepped out. He moved strangely, his posture stiff, his head tilted slightly downward. Then, just as he reached the end of the hall, the screen flickered again. When the footage resumed, he was gone. The receptionist stared at the screen, his expression unreadable. My stomach twisted into knots. "Who is that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The receptionist hesitated before shaking his head. "I don't know." The traveler and I exchanged uneasy glances. "What do you mean you don't know?" I pressed. The receptionist sighed. "There have been stories. Guests saying they see someone in their rooms, but no one ever finds anything." He hesitated before adding, "and no one ever catches them leaving." A chill ran down my spine. I didn't want to stay in that room another second. The traveler must have felt the same, because he turned to me and said, "I think we should leave." I nodded, already deciding I would rather sleep at the airport than spend another night here. We packed our bags quickly, moving with urgency. As we left, the receptionist simply watched us, his expression unreadable. I stepped outside, inhaling the cold night air, desperate to shake the feeling that someone was still watching. As we walked away from the hostel, I glanced back one last time. A single figure stood in the dimly lit window of our dorm room, motionless, staring down at us. My stomach twisted in fear. I turned away and didn't look back. Story 18. The first time I noticed the symbol, I barely gave it a second thought. It was just a faint marking on the bark of the old oak tree outside my bedroom window. The tree had been there for as long as I could remember, its gnarled branches stretching toward my house like reaching arms. I figured the carving was the work of some bored kid or maybe just natural damage from the elements. A few days later, I looked again and realized the symbol was more distinct than before. The lines were sharper, deeper, as if someone had retraced them recently. It was an odd shape, almost like a spiral with jagged edges unlike anything I had seen before. I pressed my hand against the bark, feeling the grooves, and a strange unease settled in my chest. That night I had trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt as if something was watching me through the window. The wind howled outside, making the tree branches scrape against the glass. I told myself it was just my imagination, just the product of my overactive mind dwelling on something meaningless. Still, I pulled the curtains shut before finally drifting off. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I went outside to examine the symbol again, determined to convince myself it was nothing. But when I reached the tree, I stopped in my tracks. The carving had changed. It was no longer just a spiral, it had expanded, new lines branching outward like veins. A shiver ran down my spine. It didn't make sense. I had been the only one home the entire night. My parents were out of town, and I didn't have any siblings. There was no way someone could have snuck into my yard, added to the carving, and left without me noticing. For the rest of the day, I tried to distract myself. I told myself it was just a prank, maybe something left behind by the previous owners of the house. But deep down, I knew better. The carving had changed too recently, too deliberately. That night, I left my curtains open, determined to keep an eye on the tree. Around midnight, I woke up to a faint noise outside. It was soft at first, almost like whispering. My heart pounded as I sat up in bed, staring at the tree. The symbol seemed to glisten in the moonlight, as if the bark had been freshly cut. My throat tightened as I forced myself to move, creeping toward the window. I scanned the yard, my breath shallow. At first, I saw nothing but shadows stretching across the grass. Then, just beyond the tree, something moved. A dark figure stood at the edge of my yard, half hidden in the night. I froze, my fingers tightening on the windowsill. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to blink. When I looked again, the figure was gone. The yard was empty, silent except for the rustling leaves. My skin crawled as I backed away from the window, shutting the curtains with shaking hands. I barely slept for the rest of the night. The next morning, I hesitated before looking outside. When I finally gathered the courage to check, my stomach dropped. The symbol had grown even more, new patterns branching out from the center like some kind of spreading infection. The cuts in the bark looked fresh, raw, as if they had been made just hours ago. I decided to tell someone. I called my friend Mark, who had always been into weird folklore and symbols. When he arrived, he studied the carving with narrowed eyes, running his fingers over the rough edges. "This looks familiar," he muttered, stepping back. "I think I've seen something like this before." He pulled out his phone, scrolling through images of ancient symbols and runes. After a few minutes, he stopped, his face pale. "This," he said, pointing to an image on his screen. It was almost identical to the one on my tree. The description beneath it made my blood run cold. "A warding symbol," he read. "Used to keep something out or keep something in." A chill crept down my spine. "So, someone put this here for a reason?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mark nodded, his expression grim. "Yeah, and if it's being changed, it means someone or something is trying to break it." I felt sick. The thought that someone had been carving this symbol into my tree for protection, only for it to be altered, made my stomach churn. I looked at my house, suddenly feeling exposed. "What do I do?" I asked, my voice shaking. Mark hesitated before answering. "We need to find out who's been changing it," he said. "And why?" That night, we decided to keep watch. Mark stayed over, and we set up near the window, keeping the lights off. Hours passed in silence, the only sound the occasional creak of the house settling. Then, just past 3 in the morning, we heard it. A soft scratching sound, like a knife cutting through wood. My breath caught in my throat as we both turned toward the tree. A figure was standing beside it, hunched over, dragging something sharp across the bark. The shape was human, but its movements were jerky, unnatural. Mark grabbed his phone, turning on the flashlight. The second the beam hit the figure, it snapped its head toward us. I barely had time to register its face, hollow eyes, a mouth stretched too wide before it bolted, disappearing into the trees beyond my yard. We rushed outside, but there was nothing there. Only the tree, its symbol freshly altered, the cuts still dripping sap. My hand shook as I touched the bark, my skin prickling with dread. "This isn't over," Mark murmured. "Whatever is doing this isn't going to stop." The next day, I called my parents and told them everything. They didn't believe me, of course. They said I was imagining things, that it was probably just some local kids messing around. But I knew the truth. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to every creak, every whisper of wind. The next morning, when I finally worked up the courage to check the tree, my stomach dropped. The symbol was gone. The bark was smooth, as if it had never been carved in the first place. But I knew better. I knew something had happened. And I knew deep down that it wasn't finished with me yet. Story 19. The elevator doors slid shut with a quiet hum as I pressed the button for my floor. It was late, and the building was nearly empty. The fluorescent lights above buzzed faintly, casting a dim glow on the metal walls. I leaned against the handrail, waiting as the elevator began its slow ascent. The numbers above the door blinked in sequence. The ride was smooth, uninterrupted, just as it should be. But then, somewhere between the 9th and 10th floors, the elevator jerked. The motion stuttered, the lights flickered, and then the car came to an abrupt stop. My stomach twisted. I checked the panel, expecting to see an error message or some indication of why the elevator had stopped. But the numbers remained steady. No emergency alarms, no flashing lights. Then, without warning, the doors slid open with a soft chime. Beyond the threshold was nothing but darkness. My breath caught as I stared into the void. The hallway should have been lit. Every floor in the building had motion-activated lights. But here, there was nothing. Just a gaping blackness that swallowed the space beyond the elevator. I hesitated, a deep unease settling in my chest. The panel showed no indication of stopping at this floor. I hadn't pressed any extra buttons, and yet here I was, staring into an unlit hallway that shouldn't exist. A chill crept up my spine as I reached for the closed door button. My finger hovered over it for just a moment before I heard something. A faint sound just beyond the reach of the light. It wasn't the usual hum of a building at rest. It was softer, slower, like breathing. My pulse pounded as I strained to see into the dark. I could make out the faintest outline of a hallway, but the details were lost in the void. The sound grew clearer, measured, steady inhales and exhales. Someone or something was there. I slammed my finger against the button, my breath coming short and fast. The elevator hesitated for a beat, too long as though considering my request. Then the doors slid shut again, sealing me inside. I sagged against the railing, trying to steady my breathing. The elevator jolted, and for a long 10-second, nothing happened. Then, With a low hum, it began to move again. The floor numbers resumed their slow climb, and I let out a shaky breath. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe the power had flickered, and the elevator had simply stopped at an empty floor. The ride felt impossibly long now, each second stretching. When the doors finally opened to my floor, I stepped out quickly, glancing over my shoulder. The elevator sat still and empty, its interior glowing softly. I exhaled sharply and hurried toward my apartment. That night I couldn't sleep. My mind kept returning to the darkened floor, the sound of breathing just beyond the light. I told myself I had imagined it, that my mind had filled the silence with something eerie, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't been alone. The next day, I avoided the elevator. I took the stairs, ignoring the ache in my legs as I climbed to my floor. It was irrational, I knew, but the thought of stepping into that small metal box again made my skin crawl. By the third day, my nerves had started to settle. Maybe it had been a simple power malfunction. Elevators weren't perfect. I had probably overreacted. By the fourth day, I convinced myself I was being ridiculous. That evening, I was exhausted and in no mood for the long trek up the stairs. I stood in front of the elevator doors, heart pounding, before pressing the button. The doors slid open smoothly, revealing the empty interior. I stepped inside, my fingers hovering over the panel for just a moment before pressing my floor number. The ride was quiet, the familiar hum of the motor filling the space. I forced myself to relax, gripping the railing lightly. The numbers ticked upward as expected. Then, just as I neared my floor, the elevator shuddered. My stomach dropped as it came to a sudden stop. The panel remained still, no flashing error lights, no alarms. The chime sounded, and my heart clenched. The doors began to open. I held my breath, dreading what I would see beyond the threshold. The hallway outside was dimly lit, the overhead lights flickering. I stepped forward cautiously, but then my body locked in place. The air was heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. Then, a shape shifted in the darkness beyond the lights. A figure, standing just beyond the reach of the flickering bulbs. My breath caught as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure was tall, unmoving, its features lost in shadow. It didn't advance, didn't speak, just stood there, watching. I stumbled back into the elevator, slamming my hand against the panel, pressing multiple buttons at once. The doors hesitated for a second too long before finally sliding shut. The elevator groaned, then lurched into motion, the numbers climbing steadily. I didn't breathe until the doors opened to my floor. I practically ran down the hallway, fumbling with my keys before locking myself inside my apartment. My pulse thudded painfully in my ears as I pressed my back against the door, trying to calm my racing heart. I didn't take the elevator again after that. I couldn't. Whatever I had seen or thought I had seen was something I didn't want to encounter again. I took the stairs, no matter how many flights I had to climb. A week later, I overheard two neighbors talking in the lobby. One of them mentioned a power outage in the building years ago. The emergency systems had malfunctioned, causing certain floors to lose power entirely. For hours, some residents had been trapped in darkness. The other neighbor frowned, lowering their voice. It wasn't just the power, they said. They found someone on that floor. A man who wasn't supposed to be there. Security footage showed him standing in the dark for hours. He never moved, just stood there. A chill ran down my spine. I turned away, pretending not to hear, but my hands were shaking. I already knew what they were talking about. I had seen him too. Story 20. I came back to my parked car and found a note on the windshield. "I saw what you did." My stomach dropped as I scanned the lot, but there was no one around. The note was written in uneven, jagged handwriting, the ink slightly smudged. I glanced around again, feeling a prickle of unease creeping up my spine. I had only been gone for 20 minutes, just enough time to grab a quick coffee from the shop down the street. Nothing unusual had happened, at least nothing I could remember. I had parked in a quiet area, away from the bulk of the traffic. But now, standing there with the note in my hand, I felt exposed. Sliding into the driver's seat, I locked the doors and placed the note on the passenger seat. My mind raced through possibilities. Was this a prank? A mistake? My reflection in the rearview mirror looked tense, my eyes darting toward the sidewalk. I started the engine, eager to get away from the eerie emptiness of the lot. As I pulled onto the road, my fingers tightened around the steering wheel. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Every passing pedestrian seemed like a potential suspect, every car in my rearview mirror a possible threat. My heart pounded as I replayed the day in my mind, searching for something, anything that would explain the note. I reached my apartment and double-checked the locks before sitting down at the kitchen table. The note felt heavier than it should in my hands, the words staring back at me. I hadn't done anything, had I? My pulse quickened as I thought about my drive over, wondering if I had cut someone off or accidentally run a red light. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every creak in my apartment made me jolt awake, my mind still tangled in the mystery of the note. The words echoed in my head, taunting me. When morning finally arrived, I felt exhausted but determined. If this was a joke, I needed to know who was behind it. The first place I checked was my car. Nothing seemed out of place, no new notes, no signs of tampering. I even checked my tires, making sure they hadn't been slashed. Everything was normal, yet I couldn't shake the unease that had settled deep in my bones. I decided to retrace my steps from the day before. The coffee shop was bustling, just as it had been when I was there last. I ordered a drink and casually asked the barista if they had security cameras. She nodded, saying they recorded everything for safety. My pulse quickened. I had a chance to see if someone had followed me. After a bit of convincing, I got the manager to let me watch the footage. I fast-forwarded to the time I had entered the shop, watching myself walk in. Nothing seemed strange until I saw a figure lingering outside, just beyond the window. The person stood there for a few moments, then slowly walked toward my car. The footage didn't show their face clearly, but my stomach twisted as I watched them slip something under my windshield wiper. They stood there a moment longer, as if waiting to see my reaction, then walked away. My breath caught in my throat. Someone had been watching me. The manager asked if I recognized the person, but I could only shake my head. The figure was wearing a hood, their face angled away from the camera. I thanked her for the help and left, my mind racing. Whoever it was, they had waited for me to leave my car, waited long enough to leave the note. Back in my car, I gripped the steering wheel and tried to think. If they had been watching me, what did they think they saw? I racked my brain for any moment in the past few days that might have drawn attention. The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. That night I felt paranoid. Every sound outside my window made me jump. Every passing car seemed suspicious. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following me, even though I never saw anyone. My apartment, usually a place of comfort, now felt like a trap. A week passed without another note, but the unease never left. I started checking my car windows before getting inside, making sure I wasn't being watched. I took different routes home, hoping to shake off the paranoia. But just as I started convincing myself it was all in my head, something happened. I came home late one evening and found my apartment door unlocked. My breath caught in my throat as I stepped inside, my hand hovering over the light switch. Nothing looked out of place, but my gut told me something was wrong. My fingers trembled as I checked each room. The apartment was empty, yet I felt like I wasn't alone. I checked my belongings, everything was where I had left it. But then, on the kitchen table, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Another note. The same jagged handwriting. "I saw you again." And my pulse pounded as I backed away, my eyes scanning the room. The locks had been secure when I left, I was sure of it. Someone had been inside. The air felt heavy, suffocating. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and called the police. When they arrived, I struggled to explain. Nothing was stolen, no signs of forced entry. The note was all I had as proof that someone had been here. They checked the apartment and found no one, but promised to patrol the area more frequently. It wasn't enough. I couldn't stay there. That night, I packed a bag and checked into a hotel. Sleep was impossible, my mind replaying every strange moment from the past week. I kept the lights on, afraid of what I might wake up to in the dark. The next morning, I called my landlord and asked to change the locks. They agreed, but it didn't ease my fear. Someone had been watching me. Someone had been in my home. And worst of all, I had no idea why. Days passed, then weeks. The note stopped, and nothing else happened. But the fear never really left. Every time I walked to my car, I braced myself for another message. Every time I unlocked my apartment, I half expected to find someone inside. I never did. But sometimes late at night I felt it. A presence just beyond the edge of my vision. A shadow lingering in the corner of my mind. And even though the notes had stopped, I knew someone was still watching. Story 21. I was sitting on my couch, scrolling through my phone, when I felt it vibrate with a new message. I assumed it was a friend or some spam notification, but when I glanced at the screen, my stomach tightened. The message was from an unknown number, and it read, "You look comfortable on the couch." I froze, my eyes darting around the room as a chill crept up my spine. I told myself it had to be a prank, maybe someone who knew me messing around. I hesitated before responding, typing out a simple "Who is this?" and pressing send. A few seconds later, another message came through. "Why did you just look around?" My hand started shaking as I gripped my phone tighter. I immediately stood up and checked my windows, making sure the blinds were drawn. My front door was locked, and everything seemed normal. I peeked outside, scanning the street, but there was no one suspicious in sight. My heart pounded in my chest as another text popped up, "Checking the windows won't help." Panic set in as I backed away from the window, my mind racing. Whoever this was, they were watching me at that very moment. I considered calling the police, but what would I even say? That someone was texting me creepy messages. I decided to call a friend instead, but just as I unlocked my phone, another text appeared. "Calling someone won't make me go away." I nearly dropped my phone as I read the words. It was like they could see everything I was doing in real time. I swallowed hard and took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. My fingers hovered over the keyboard before I typed, "What do you want?" My phone buzzed again almost instantly. I just like watching. A shiver ran through me as I paced my living room, my mind scrambling for an explanation. Was there a hidden camera somewhere? I rushed to check the obvious places: my TV, bookshelf, even under my coffee table, but found nothing. The idea that someone could see me but I couldn't see them made my skin crawl. I grabbed my keys, deciding I needed to get out of the house. Maybe if I went somewhere public, I could lose whoever was watching me. As I reached for the doorknob, my phone buzzed again. Going somewhere. My breath caught in my throat as I yanked my hand away from the door. I couldn't stay here, but I was terrified to leave. If someone was outside waiting for me, I could be walking straight into their trap. My mind raced through my options, and I finally decided to call the police. As I dialed, another message appeared. They won't find me. I pressed call anyway, my hands trembling. As the line rang, I hurried to turn off all my lights, hoping to make it harder for whoever was outside to see inside. A dispatcher answered, and I quickly explained what was happening, giving them my address. They assured me an officer would be sent to check the area. I stayed on the line, standing in the middle of my darkened living room, my pulse racing. A few minutes passed in silence before another text came through. Clever, but I know you're still there. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing the police to get here faster. Headlights appeared outside, and I rushed to the window. A police car pulled up, and relief flooded through me as two officers stepped out. I immediately ran to the door and let them inside, showing them the messages. One officer stepped outside to check the perimeter, while the others stayed with me, asking questions. I told them everything, but there wasn't much they could do. The number was untraceable, and there were no signs of forced entry or hidden cameras. After a thorough search, they found no one outside. The officer suggested I stay with a friend for the night, just to be safe. I packed a bag and left immediately, my heart still pounding as I drove across town to my friend's apartment. The whole way there, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see a car following me. When I finally arrived, I locked every door and window, trying to shake the feeling that someone was still watching. The messages stopped that night, but I barely slept. The next morning I hesitated before checking my phone, dreading what I might see. But there were no new messages. Maybe whoever it was had finally given up. Days passed, and I started to feel safe again, convincing myself that it had been a cruel prank. But then, a week later, just as I was settling back into my routine, my phone buzzed. My stomach dropped as I read the message. Miss me? Story 22. I rolled over in bed, reaching instinctively for my phone. My fingers met nothing but the cool surface of my nightstand. I frowned, blinking away sleep as I patted around for it. It should have been there, plugged in and charging like always. Sitting up, I glanced at the nightstand. The charging cable was there, neatly coiled, but my phone was missing. A flicker of confusion ran through me as I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. Maybe I had absent-mindedly moved it before falling asleep. I got up, stretching as I looked around my room. It wasn't on my desk, wasn't in my pockets, and wasn't buried under the covers. A strange sense of unease settled over me. I always left it charging in the same spot. I left my room and walked down the hall, checking the bathroom on the way. Nothing. The house was silent, the early morning light filtering through the curtains. As I stepped into the living room, I finally saw it. My phone was lying face down on the coffee table. I hesitated before picking it up. The screen was dark, completely dead. I turned it over, checking for damage, but it looked fine. The problem was I had no memory of bringing it here. I pressed the power button, but it didn't turn on. It had been plugged in all night, yet it was completely drained. My stomach twisted. Even if I had somehow forgotten moving it, there was no reason for it to be dead. Trying to shake off my unease, I plugged it into the nearest outlet. It buzzed to life, the screen lighting up as the charging symbol appeared. I exhaled, convincing myself it had just been some kind of weird glitch. I checked my messages and notifications, but everything seemed normal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I went about my morning routine, pushing the thought to the back of my mind. The day went by as usual, but the lingering unease never left me. I kept thinking back to the phone. Had I sleepwalked? Had someone been in my house? The second thought sent a chill down my spine, but I brushed it away. That night, I made sure to plug my phone in beside me again. I double-checked the charging icon before setting it down. Then, just to be sure, I locked my bedroom door before getting into bed. Sleep came slowly, my mind restless. At some point in the night, I woke up to the sound of something shifting outside my room. I held my breath, listening. It was faint, like the creak of a floorboard. I reached for my phone, but my hand met an empty surface. My heart pounded as I sat up, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. The charging cable was still there, but my phone was gone. For a long moment, I just sat there, paralyzed. I knew I had locked my door. No one should have been able to come in. My fingers trembled as I reached for the lamp, flicking it on. I scanned the room, my breath coming in shallow bursts. Nothing looked disturbed. The door was still shut, but the phone was gone. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to move. I slid out of bed, my bare feet silent against the floor. With slow, cautious steps, I moved toward the door and tested the lock. It was still secure. I turned, scanning the room again. My closet door was open just an inch. I couldn't remember if I had left it that way. My pulse quickened as I stared at the dark space between the door and the frame. Gathering my courage, I reached out and yanked it open. The closet was empty. My heart pounded as I backed away, my eyes darting around the room. The silence was heavy, pressing against me. I needed to check the rest of the house. Slowly, I unlocked my door, wincing at the faint click as I turned the knob. I stepped into the hallway, my breath shallow. The living room was dark, shadows stretching across the walls. And there, on the coffee table, was my phone, face down, unplugged. I didn't move for a long moment, my body rigid with fear. I had locked my door. I had left my phone charging. There was no explanation for this. A chill ran down my spine as I forced myself to take a step forward. I picked up the phone with shaking fingers. It was dead again, just like before. My chest tightened as I scanned the room. I needed to get out of there. I grabbed my keys and phone charger, rushing to the door. As soon as I stepped outside, the cool night air hit me like a slap. I climbed into my car, locking the doors behind me. I plugged the phone into my car's charger and waited. After a few moments, the screen lit up. My stomach dropped when I saw the last notification. My grip tightened around the phone. I hadn't connected anything, and I had been asleep at that time. My hands shook as I scrolled through the settings. The connected device was gone, but the record remained. I stayed in my car until sunrise, the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me. Eventually, I forced myself to go back inside. The house was exactly how I had left it. No signs of forced entry, nothing missing. But I couldn't ignore what had happened. I hadn't imagined it. Someone or something had moved my phone, and whatever it was, it had done it twice. That night, I didn't sleep in my house. I packed a bag and went to a friend's place, too unsettled to stay alone. I didn't tell them everything, just that I had been feeling uneasy. The next day, I bought new locks and installed a security camera in my bedroom. I watched the feed that night from my friend's couch, my stomach twisting with anxiety. I told myself nothing would happen. But at exactly 3:17 a.m., the camera feed glitched. The screen flickered for just a second, and when it came back, the phone that I had left charging was gone. And the closet door was open, just an inch. Story 23. I set out early in the morning, eager to take advantage of the crisp air and the quiet solitude of the forest. The trail was one I had hiked before, a narrow dirt path winding through thick trees with only the occasional clearing. I enjoyed the stillness, the sound of birds chirping and leaves rustling in the wind. It was peaceful, exactly what I had been hoping for. As I moved deeper into the woods, the sense of isolation grew stronger. There were no other hikers in sight, no distant voices or crunching footsteps to break the silence. I liked being alone out here, away from the noise of everyday life. It gave me time to think, to clear my head without distraction. After about an hour, I stopped to take a sip of water and check my surroundings. The forest stretched endlessly in all directions, the trees towering overhead. The dirt trail beneath my boots looked undisturbed except for my own footprints. I took a deep breath and continued walking, enjoying the rhythmic sound of my steps against the ground. A little while later, I glanced down at the trail again. My brow furrowed as I noticed something strange. There was a second set of footprints alongside mine ones that hadn't been there before. My stomach twisted as I stopped abruptly, scanning the area behind me. The trail was empty. The forest was quiet, almost unnaturally so. My pulse quickened as I crouched down to get a better look at the prints. They were fresh, the edges crisp in the dirt, and they matched the size of an adult's boot. Someone had been walking behind me. I swallowed hard and stood up, forcing myself to stay calm. Maybe another hiker had passed through without me noticing. But that didn't make sense. The path was narrow, and I would have heard footsteps approaching. My gut told me that something was off. I picked up my pace, resisting the urge to keep looking over my shoulder. The trees felt closer now, their trunks pressing in on either side of the trail. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me. But the unease wouldn't fade. A few minutes later, I couldn't resist any longer. I turned around. My breath caught in my throat. The fresh footprints were still there, but this time they didn't just follow mine. They overlapped them, as if someone had been stepping directly into my tracks. A chill ran down my spine as I scanned the trees, searching for any sign of movement. The forest was still, but it no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. I had the overwhelming sensation that I wasn't alone. I forced myself to keep moving, my heart pounding in my chest. The sooner I reached the main road, the better. I tried to listen for anything unusual, but all I could hear was my own breathing. I needed to get out of here. As I walked, I kept checking the ground. The footprints remained perfectly aligned with mine, as if someone was deliberately matching my steps. My skin crawled at the thought of unseen eyes watching me. I had never felt this kind of fear before. Up ahead, the trail curved sharply to the left, leading toward a small stream. I picked up my pace, hoping the sound of running water would settle my nerves. But just as I rounded the bend, I heard a single crunch of leaves behind me. I spun around, my pulse hammering. The trail was empty. The footprints were still there, but whoever had made them was nowhere in sight. My hands shook as I backed away, my breath coming in short, uneven gasps. I needed to keep moving. My instincts screamed at me to get away, to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever was following me. I turned and started walking faster, almost breaking into a run. The sound of footsteps echoed mine, a deliberate, measured pace, perfectly synchronized with my own. I didn't dare look back this time. I focused on the trail ahead, forcing my legs to move faster. The trees thinned as I neared the edge of the forest, and I could see the parking area in the distance. Relief flooded through me, but I didn't slow down. I pushed forward, my breaths ragged. The moment my boots hit the gravel of the lot, I turned around one last time. The forest was still. The footprints on the trail ended abruptly a few feet away, as if whoever had been following me had vanished into thin air. My chest ached from the effort of running, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something I wasn't meant to understand. I reached my car and yanked the door open, locking it behind me as soon as I got inside. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the keys, starting the engine. I glanced back at the trail one final time, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the trees. But there was no one there. Only the empty path stretching into the woods like nothing had ever been wrong. I put the car in drive and pulled away, vowing to never hike alone again. Story 24. It started as a small annoyance, something I almost didn't notice. One evening I logged into Netflix, ready to unwind with a show I had been binge watching, but my continue watching list looked different. The show I had been in the middle of had been pushed down, replaced by something I had never seen before. At first I thought I had accidentally clicked on something and forgotten about it. Curious, I checked the viewing history, expecting to see only my usual selections. Instead, I found a list of shows and movies I had never watched, some in foreign languages, others in genres I had no interest in. Horror films, old documentaries, obscure reality shows, none of them looked familiar. The strangest part was the timestamps. They were watched in the middle of the night, long after I had gone to sleep. I frowned, trying to recall if I had ever given my password to someone. As far as I knew, I was the only one using the account. I checked the list of active devices and saw a login from a city I didn't recognize. My stomach twisted as I realized someone else had been accessing my account without my knowledge. Annoyed but not yet alarmed, I changed my password and logged out all devices. I assumed that would be the end of it, just another case of password sharing or a forgotten login from an old device. That night, I went to bed without giving it much more thought. But the next day, the strange activity returned. This time, my profile name had been changed. The picture, once a simple avatar, had been swapped out for something eerie and empty. Black silhouette. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at it, unease creeping into my mind. I had just changed my password, so how had they gotten back in? I reset the password again, this time making it something completely random and complex. I activated two-factor authentication, hoping that would finally lock them out. Just to be safe, I removed my payment information and kept an eye on my account. For the rest of the day, everything seemed normal. That night, I hesitated before opening the app, half expecting to see more changes. My profile was still there, untouched this time, which gave me some relief. But when I checked the viewing history, my stomach dropped. New shows had been watched again at odd hours, again nothing I recognized. A sinking feeling settled in my chest as I scrolled through the list. Whoever was doing this wasn't just using my account, they were deliberately overriding my attempts to lock them out. I checked the devices again, and the same unknown location had logged in only an hour before. A cold realization hit me. This wasn't just someone stealing access for free entertainment. This felt intentional. I deleted my profile, thinking that if I removed it entirely, it would force them out. I created a new one with a different name and locked down the settings. I even reached out to customer support, explaining the situation. They assured me that with the security measures I had taken, no one should be able to access my account anymore. For a few days, everything was quiet. No strange logins, no weird shows appearing in my history. I started to relax, thinking it had finally stopped. But on the fourth night, I received a notification from Netflix. Someone had created a new profile under my account, using a name that sent shivers down my spine. The profile name was my own. My hands trembled as I clicked on it, dread washing over me. The profile had already been used, filled with a new list of shows and movies. Unlike before, these were selections I had watched in the past, ones I had forgotten about until now. It was as if whoever was doing this wanted me to know they had been watching me just as much as I had been watching them. Fear settled deep in my chest as I realized how personal this had become. This wasn't just a hacker or someone looking for free entertainment. This felt deliberate, targeted. I checked my email for any security alerts, but found nothing new. It was as if they had a way to slip in undetected, no matter what I did. Unable to shake the paranoia, I shut my laptop and unplugged it. I deleted the app from my phone, not wanting to see any more signs of intrusion. My mind raced through possibilities. Was this someone I knew? A stranger who had found my information randomly? The not knowing was the worst part. That night, I barely slept. Every sound in my apartment felt amplified, every shadow darker than before. I checked my phone repeatedly, half expecting another notification. When morning finally came, I felt exhausted but determined to put an end to this. I called Netflix again, demanding they investigate further. I explained everything: the repeated logins, the name change, the unsettling personalization of my viewing history. The representative on the phone sounded concerned but admitted there was little they could do beyond suggesting I make a new account. Frustration and fear mixed together as I realized I might never get answers. I deleted my account entirely, cutting off access once and for all. It felt like the only way to regain control, even if it meant losing years of saved shows and recommendations. For days afterward, I felt on edge. I kept checking my email, half expecting a notification that my account had been reactivated. The paranoia stayed with me, an unease I couldn't shake. I found myself double-checking locks, glancing over my shoulder more often than before. Eventually, life went back to normal, though I never made another Netflix account. The experience had unsettled me in a way I couldn't fully explain. I still wonder who was behind it, what their goal was, and if they had done the same thing to others. Sometimes late at night, I think about the strange shows that appeared in my history. I wonder if they were chosen at random or if they held some kind of message. The thought lingers, an unsolved mystery that I may never get answers to. Story 25. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard the unmistakable sound of my front door unlocking. My eyes snapped open, my breath catching in my throat as I listened. The apartment was silent except for the soft click of the lock, followed by the slow creak of the door opening. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my ears. No one else had a key. I had lived alone for over a year, and I was certain I had locked the door before going to bed. My mind raced through possible explanations, but none of them made sense. For a moment, I stayed frozen, hoping I had imagined it, but then I heard the faintest shuffle of footsteps on the hardwood floor. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my hands trembling. The screen lit up, casting a glow over the dark room as I dialed emergency services. As the call connected, I hesitated, straining my ears for any more sounds. The footsteps had stopped. The apartment was silent again. Emergency services, "What's your emergency?" the operator asked. I struggled to steady my voice as I whispered, "Someone just unlocked my front door. I'm in my bedroom, and I live alone." The operator kept me on the line, asking me to stay quiet and lock my bedroom door if possible. I slid out of bed as silently as I could, tiptoeing toward the door. My fingers tightened around the doorknob and I hesitated before turning the lock. The click sounded deafening in the quiet. A few seconds later, I heard another sound, something being placed down on the counter in the kitchen. It was deliberate, like someone setting down a set of keys or a phone. I clutched my phone tighter, my pulse racing. The operator reassured me that officers were on their way. My mind scrambled for rational explanations. Maybe a maintenance worker had come in by mistake. But at this hour, and why hadn't they announced themselves? The thought made my stomach twist. I hadn't heard any voices. Whoever was inside wasn't making themselves known. The floorboards creaked again, this time closer to my bedroom. My entire body went rigid as I heard slow, measured footsteps approaching my door. I backed away, pressing myself against the farthest wall. The door handle jiggled once, then stopped. My breath came in short gasps as I listened, waiting for whatever was going to happen next. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. The silence stretched on, unbearable in its weight. I forced myself to breathe, to stay as quiet as possible. My fingers curled into fists, my nails digging into my palms. A minute passed, then another, and then I heard the sound of the front door opening again, followed by the soft click of it shutting. Footsteps faded down the hallway outside my apartment. I stayed frozen, waiting for the police to arrive, afraid to move even an inch. When the officers finally knocked on my door, I nearly collapsed from relief. I unlocked it quickly, my hands still shaking as I let them in. They searched the apartment thoroughly, but whoever had been inside was long gone. There were no signs of forced entry. My locks were intact. The only thing that stood out was a single item left on my kitchen counter, an old, tarnished key. I stared at it, my stomach knotting. It wasn't mine. I had never seen it before. One of the officers picked it up carefully, examining it. "Did you leave this here?" he asked. I shook my head, my throat too tight to speak. Nothing else was missing. Nothing was out of place. It was as if someone had entered, left the key, and then simply walked out. The officers asked if I had any spare keys hidden outside, if anyone else could have had access to my apartment. I told them no. No one should have been able to get in. They stayed for a while, making sure I was safe, but there was little else they could do. "Change your locks," one of them advised before they left, "and if anything else happens, call us immediately." I nodded, but even after they were gone, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The key sat on my counter, an object that shouldn't be there, left behind by someone who shouldn't have been inside. I didn't touch it. I didn't even want to look at it. The next morning, I called a locksmith and had my locks changed. The old ones were sturdy, but I wasn't taking any chances. As the locksmith worked, I asked him if my locks could have been picked. He hesitated before saying, "It's possible, but these are high-quality locks. Whoever did it knew what they were doing." That only made me feel worse. It meant whoever had come in wasn't just some random intruder. They had skill, intent, and that intent still haunted me. That night I barely slept, every creak and whisper of the apartment making me jump. A few days passed without incident, and I began to convince myself that maybe it was just a one-time thing. Maybe it had been some weird mistake, though I couldn't explain it. Then, on the fourth night, I woke up to a sound that made my skin crawl. the slow, deliberate click of a lock turning. I bolted upright, my heart slamming against my ribs. My new locks, they were supposed to keep me safe. I grabbed my phone and dialed for help, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I didn't move, didn't breathe as I listened to the sound of the front door creaking open. Then, silence. I stayed in my bed, my body rigid with fear. The police arrived minutes later, but by the time they searched my apartment, whoever had been inside was gone again. No signs of forced entry, nothing missing, and sitting on the kitchen counter, in the exact same spot as before, was another old key. I stared at it, my entire body trembling. It was different from the first one, but just as old, just as tarnished. The officers looked at me with concern, but they had no answers. "This isn't random," one of them finally said. "Someone wants you to know they were here." That night I checked into a hotel, unable to spend another second alone in that apartment. I called my landlord and arranged to break my lease. I didn't care about the cost. I just knew I couldn't stay. A week later, I moved out. I never found out who had been entering my home, never got an explanation for the keys that kept appearing. But even now, in a different city, in a different apartment, I still wake up in the middle of the night, listening. And sometimes I swear I can still hear the sound of a lock turning. Story 26. I woke up groggy, the kind of heavy sleep that made it hard to tell what time it was. The room was dim, the early morning light barely creeping through the curtains. Something felt off, though I couldn't quite place it. I rubbed my eyes and sat up, stretching before swinging my legs over the bed. As I walked toward the bathroom, I paused. My nightstand picture frame was face down. That was strange, I never left it like that. I picked it up, expecting it to have fallen on its own. But there was no reason for it to have moved. A small, uneasy feeling stirred in my stomach. I stepped out into the hallway, glancing toward the living room. Something wasn't right. Every single picture on the walls, the shelves, and the tables was turned face down. My breath hitched as I took a slow step forward, scanning the room. I checked the front door, but it was still locked. The windows were shut, just as I had left them the night before. My hands were cold, clammy as I carefully picked up one of the frames. It was my family photo from last Christmas, nothing out of the ordinary. But seeing it flip like that, along with all the others, made my skin crawl. I moved cautiously through the apartment, my pulse quickening. The kitchen, the hallway, even the tiny frames on my bookshelf, every single one had been flipped. My stomach twisted as a new thought hit me. If someone had broken in, why do this? Why not take anything? I checked every room, every corner, looking for any sign of an intruder. The closets were empty, the bathroom untouched. There was no sign of forced entry. My rational mind tried to find an explanation, maybe I had done it in my sleep, but that didn't make any sense. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. It was just past 6 a.m. I hesitated before opening my security camera app. I had a small camera set up in my living room, mostly for peace of mind. My fingers felt stiff as I tapped through the footage from the night before. The footage showed nothing unusual at first. The apartment was still dark, completely undisturbed. Then, around 3:12 a.m., the screen flickered. Static distorted the feed for a few seconds before the image returned. My couch, my coffee table, all in the same place, but now the pictures were flipped. My heart pounded as I rewound the footage, trying to catch any movement. There was none. No figure, no shadow, nothing to explain what had happened. 1 second, the pictures were normal. The next, they were all turned face down. A deep, sinking dread settled over me. I stared at the screen, willing it to give me an answer. I played the footage again, slower this time, but there was nothing new. Just that brief flicker of static before everything changed. I shut off my phone, suddenly hyper-aware of how alone I was. The air in the apartment felt heavier now, thick with something I couldn't name. I needed to get out. I threw on a jacket and grabbed my keys, barely remembering to lock the door behind me. The crisp morning air should have been refreshing, but it did little to shake the unease gripping me. I walked aimlessly for a few minutes, trying to clear my head. I considered calling a friend. But what would I even say? That my apartment had somehow rearranged itself in the middle of the night. That my security camera had glitched right when it happened. No one would believe me. After an hour, I forced myself to go back inside. The pictures were still flipped. I debated leaving them that way, but the sight was unbearable. I moved through the apartment, setting each one back in place. My hands trembled as I did it, my breath uneven. By the time I was done, I felt exhausted. But just as I was about to sit down, something caught my eye. The picture on my bookshelf, the only one I hadn't touched yet, was upside down. Not just face down like the others, but fully reversed. A cold shudder ran through me. I picked it up carefully, my fingers stiff. It was a photo of me at the beach last summer, smiling at the camera. My reflection in the glass seemed normal at first, but then I looked closer. The reflection was off. My smile was slightly wider, just a little too sharp. In the eyes, there was something wrong with the eyes. My stomach dropped as I slowly turned the frame over. On the back of the photo, written in faint smudges of what looked like ash, were 3 words. Leave. ITB. I dropped the frame and stumbled back, my pulse hammering. I wanted to run, to get as far away from my apartment as possible, but my body wouldn't move. The wall seemed closer, the air stifling. I snatched my phone and took a picture of the message before wiping at it with my sleeve. The smudges didn't smear, didn't fade. It was as if they had been burned into the paper itself. My chest tightened as I grabbed my bag and keys. I needed to go. Now, I barely registered locking the door behind me as I stepped out. My mind was racing, my breath coming in short gasps. I drove to a friend's house without even thinking. They answered the door groggily, confused by my panicked expression. I didn't care how ridiculous I sounded. I told them everything. They listened, their expression shifting from amusement to concern. When I showed them the photo, their face paled. They touched the writing, rubbing at it, but just like before, it wouldn't budge. That night, I stayed at their place, unwilling to step foot back in my apartment. I barely slept, my mind replaying every detail. The camera footage, the flickering screen, the smudged message. By morning, I decided I couldn't stay there any longer. I broke my lease, packed my things, and left within the week. Whatever had done that, whatever had left that message, I wasn't going to challenge it. Even now, months later, I still wonder what would have happened if I had ignored the warning. If I had stayed. Some nights I dream of my old apartment, of those flipped photos staring at the ceiling. And in those dreams, I always wake up to find one picture still turned over. The one I never touched. Story 27. I was lying in bed, mindlessly scrolling through my phone, looking for an old photo I had taken weeks ago. It was late, and the dim glow of the screen was the only source of light in my room. The night was quiet, save for the occasional creaks of the house settling. As I swiped through my gallery, my thumb froze mid-motion. Among the usual photos of friends, pets, and random snapshots, I saw something that made my stomach drop. There were pictures of me lying in bed fast asleep. My heart pounded as I clicked on the first one, dread creeping up my spine. The image showed me curled up on my side, my face partially buried in the pillow. I didn't remember taking these pictures. My breathing became shallow as I swiped to the next one. In this one, I was lying on my back, arms stretched across the blanket. The angle was different, as if whoever took it had moved closer. A chill spread through my body as I realized these photos had been taken recently. I sat up quickly, glancing around the room as if expecting to see someone standing there. My door was locked, the windows shut. Nothing seemed out of place. But the thought of someone standing over me, taking these photos while I was completely unaware, made my skin crawl. My hands trembled as I checked the timestamps. The pictures were taken at random intervals over the past few nights. Some were taken just minutes apart, while others were hours apart. My pulse pounded in my ears as I tried to make sense of it. Had someone been in my room? How had they gotten in without me waking up? I immediately checked the locks on my windows and door, testing them one by one. They were all secure. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, making it nearly impossible for someone to enter through the window. But the pictures existed. Someone had been there. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself maybe it was some sort of glitch or an app running in the background. But deep down I knew better. These weren't just random images. They were deliberate, taken from slightly different angles as if someone had been watching me adjusting their position. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even say? That I found pictures of myself sleeping on my own phone. There were no signs of forced entry, no proof that anyone had even been inside. I felt trapped, stuck between paranoia and the sinking feeling that I wasn't safe in my own home. That night, I barely slept. Every little noise made me jolt upright, my body tense. I kept my phone beside me, the flashlight on, scanning the room every time I thought I heard something. Hours passed like that, my mind racing with possibilities. When morning finally came, I felt exhausted but no closer to an answer. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I checked my phone's metadata, hoping to find something useful. The information confirmed the photos were taken on my phone but didn't indicate how or by whom. My stomach twisted at the thought that someone might have had access to my device. I changed all my passwords, removed any unknown apps, and even checked for malware. Nothing seemed out of place. It didn't make sense. If someone had been in my room, how had they managed to unlock my phone? The idea of someone standing over me, holding my phone, made my hands clammy. That evening, I set up a plan. I downloaded a motion-activated camera app on my laptop and placed it on my desk, facing my bed. If someone entered my room, the camera would catch them. I also placed my phone under my pillow, hoping to prevent any further tampering. Despite my exhaustion, sleep didn't come easy. My body remained tense, my ears hyper-aware of every sound. I finally drifted off, though my sleep was restless, filled with unsettling dreams of shadowy figures standing at the foot of my bed. When I woke up, the first thing I did was check my phone. There were new photos. My blood ran cold as I scrolled through them, my hands shaking. The most recent one was from just hours ago, taken from the same angles as before. The only difference was that in this picture my hand was slightly curled under my pillow, exactly where I had placed my phone before falling asleep. I bolted upright and checked my laptop. My stomach churned as I saw the footage. Sometime in the middle of the night, The screen went completely black for a few minutes. When it returned, everything looked exactly as it had before. Someone had disabled the camera. I felt sick. Someone had been in my room again. They had known about the camera, had disabled it, and had still taken more photos. My entire body was covered in a cold sweat as I tried to think of what to do next. This wasn't just someone hacking into my phone, this was someone physically standing over me while I slept. I couldn't stay there any longer. I grabbed my essentials, shoved them into a bag, and left the apartment, my hands trembling as I locked the door behind me. I checked into a hotel for the night, keeping the lights on, my back pressed against the headboard. Sleep didn't come, only an overwhelming sense of fear. The next morning, I went straight to the apartment manager and demanded to see the security footage from the hallway outside my door. I watched the screen intently as time passed and fast forward. Then, at around 3 a.m., the screen flickered and a figure appeared. They stood outside my door for several minutes, unmoving. My breath caught as I realized they weren't trying to get in. They were waiting. Then, as if knowing the exact moment to move, they crouched down and disappeared from view. Moments later, they were gone. The manager looked at me, his face pale. "Who is that?" he asked, but I had no answer. The police were called, but no signs of forced entry were found, no fingerprints, nothing to prove someone had been inside. The only evidence I had were the photos and the eerie footage of the unknown figure waiting outside my door. I packed my things and moved out that same day, unwilling to spend another night in that apartment. Even after leaving, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had been watching me wasn't finished. Every night I locked my doors, checked my windows, and placed my phone face down, afraid of what I might find if I ever looked again. Story 28. The first call came just after midnight. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when my phone buzzed on my nightstand. The screen showed an unknown number, and I hesitated before answering. When I finally picked up, there was silence on the other end. "Hello?" I said, my voice groggy from sleep. At first, I thought no one was there, just dead air stretching between us. Then, a voice soft, almost a whisper, broke through. "Are you alone?" A chill crept up my spine. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, suddenly wide awake. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice firmer this time. The line went dead before I could get a response. I stared at my phone, my heartbeat picking up. It was probably just a prank call, some kid messing around. Still, something about the way they asked sent a strange unease through me. I turned my phone to silent and tried to go back to sleep. The next night it happened again. Another unknown number, another call just past midnight. I debated ignoring it, but curiosity got the best of me. When I answered, the same voice whispered, "Are you alone?" This time I felt anger push past my fear. "Listen, whoever you are, stop calling me," I snapped. The silence stretched for an uncomfortably long moment before the call disconnected. My hands felt clammy as I set my phone down. By the third night, I was dreading the call. I stayed up watching TV with the volume low, waiting. When the phone rang at exactly 12:03 a.m., my stomach dropped. I didn't answer right away, staring at the screen until the ringing stopped. A minute later, my voicemail notification popped up. I hesitated before pressing play. The message was short, just a faint rustling sound like someone breathing on the other end. Then, barely audible, "Are you alone?" I blocked the number immediately. I told myself it was over, that whoever it was would move on. But the next night, a different number called. And the night after that. Always the same question. Always at the same time. Panic began creeping into my daily routine. I checked my phone constantly, dreading the next call. My hands shook whenever an unknown number appeared on the screen. It didn't matter if I blocked them, they always found a way back. I started sleeping with the lights on, locking and double-checking every door and window before bed. I even thought about changing my number, but a part of me was scared that wouldn't stop them. What if they found me some other way? Then, one night, something changed. The call came in, but this time, when I answered, the voice didn't ask if I was alone. Instead, there was a pause before it said, "I know you are." I dropped my phone. My breath came in short, panicked gasps as I scrambled to my feet. My eyes darted around the room, searching the shadows. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like someone was watching me. Grabbing my phone, I called the police. My words spilled out in a frantic rush as I told them about the calls. They asked if I had seen anyone around my house, if I had received any threats. I hadn't, but that didn't make me feel any safer. They promised to send a patrol car to drive by my house. I sat by the window, waiting, gripping my phone like a lifeline. When the flashing lights finally appeared, I let out a shaky breath. Maybe this would scare them off. For a few nights, there were no calls. I let myself believe it was over, that whoever was doing this had finally given up. Then, on the fifth night, I woke up to a different sound. A soft tapping on my bedroom window. I froze, my entire body locking up. The sound was rhythmic, deliberate, like someone knocking just hard enough to be heard. My fingers trembled as I reached for my phone, but before I could dial, the tapping stopped. Silence stretched through the room. I strained my ears, listening for movement outside. Then, just as I started to convince myself I had imagined it, my phone buzzed. Another unknown number. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My stomach churned as I watched the screen until it stopped ringing. Then, a voicemail notification popped up. I forced myself to press play. The message was different this time. There was no whispering, no breathing. Just the sound of something scratching against wood. Then a faint, chilling sentence, "I don't need to ask anymore." I shot out of bed, my heart hammering in my chest. I ran through the house, turning on every light, making sure every door was locked. I didn't sleep at all that night, waiting for another sign that I wasn't alone. The next morning, I called the police again. This time they took it seriously. They traced the numbers, but all of them were unregistered, likely burner phones. There was no way to track who was calling me. I started staying at a friend's house, too afraid to be alone. Even then, the calls didn't stop. They followed me, no matter where I went. My friend answered one out of frustration, only to pale when they heard the same whispered words. "Are you alone?" Alone. That night we stayed up together, waiting. The phone rang again at 12:03 a.m. My friend put it on speaker, and we both listened as the voice whispered something new. "Not anymore?" The next day, I packed a bag and left town. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, didn't post anything online. I just drove, my phone switched off, my hands shaking on the wheel. I didn't stop until I was hundreds of miles away. For weeks there were no calls. I started to feel normal again, as if I had escaped whatever had been tormenting me. Then, one night my new phone rang. An unknown number. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat. My fingers hovered over the screen, fear gripping me. I didn't answer, but I didn't need to. A voicemail came through seconds later. I played it with shaking hands. The message was quiet at first, just the sound of faint breathing. Then, the voice whispered, slow and deliberate, "I found you." Story 29. I slid into my car, tossing my bag onto the passenger seat. It was late, and I was exhausted from a long shift at work. As I reached for the ignition, my hands hesitated on the wheel. Something felt off. I shifted in my seat, adjusting myself out of habit. That's when I realized the seat was too far back. I always kept it close since I wasn't tall, but now my feet barely touched the pedals. A wave of unease crept over me. Had I moved it earlier and forgotten? That didn't seem right. I had driven to work just fine, and I would have noticed if the seat had been wrong then. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel as my stomach churned. I reached down, gripping the lever and sliding the seat forward. The rails made a sharp clicking sound as I fixed it to my usual position. The moment I did, a thought struck me. If someone else had adjusted it, that meant someone had been in my car. My heart started to pound as I glanced around the interior. The dashboard was the same, my air freshener still hanging from the rearview mirror. But now the car felt different, like it no longer belonged entirely to me. I turned and checked the back seat. Empty. I let out a shaky breath, trying to push the paranoia away. Maybe I had adjusted the seat and forgotten. Maybe I was overthinking. But the unease lingered as I turned the key in the ignition. The engine rumbled to life, and I pulled out of the parking lot. The drive home was quiet, but my nerves stayed on edge. Every bump in the road, every shadow flickering past the streetlights, made my skin crawl. By the time I reached my apartment, my hands were stiff from gripping the wheel. I parked in my usual spot and sat there for a moment, staring at the dashboard. Something didn't feel right. I checked the doors, making sure they were locked before stepping out. My mind kept replaying the same thought: if someone had been inside my car, how had they gotten in? I knew I had locked it before going to work. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I walked to my car with my keys clenched tightly in my hand. The morning air was crisp, but a strange heaviness sat in my chest. I stopped in front of the driver's side door and hesitated. Slowly, I pulled the handle. It was locked. Relief washed over me for a moment, but then I noticed something else. The side mirror was angled differently. I swallowed hard, unlocking the door and sliding into the seat. Again, it was pushed back, the same exact way as before. My stomach twisted. I knew for a fact I had fixed it last night. I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. My breathing turned shallow as I scanned the car again, looking for any signs of disturbance. The cup holder still had my coffee sleeve from yesterday. My phone charger was untouched. Then I noticed the floor mat on the passenger side. It was slightly crooked, pushed forward like someone's feet had pressed against it. I never left it like that. My hands felt clammy as I traced the edges of the steering wheel. I turned around sharply, staring at the back seat again. Empty, but my mind raced with questions. If someone was using my car, how were they getting in? And why? Determined to figure it out, I decided to check the locks and windows that night. I double-checked everything, making sure the doors were secured. Then I placed a small piece of tape at the bottom of the driver's door, barely noticeable, but enough to tell me if someone opened it. The next morning, my stomach clenched as I approached the car. The tape was gone. My hands trembled as I unlocked the door and slid inside. The seat was pushed back again. The mirror was moved again. Panic set in. Someone was getting into my car, moving things, sitting where I sat. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers shaking as I debated calling the police. But what would I tell them? There was no real evidence of a break-in, no sign of forced entry. That night, I parked in a different spot, closer to my apartment. I sat by the window, watching my car from above. Hours passed. Midnight came and went. Then at around 2 a.m. I saw it. A shadowy figure moved toward my car. My breath hitched as I pressed my face against the glass, trying to see more clearly. The person was tall, hooded, moving with an unsettling slowness. I watched, frozen, as they reached into their pocket. A small glint of metal caught the light before they slipped something into the keyhole. Within seconds, the driver's side door popped open. My stomach flipped. They weren't just breaking in, they had a key, or something that worked like one. The figure slid into the driver's seat, adjusting it back. My seat. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling as I dialed the police. My voice was a whisper as I gave them my address, my eyes never leaving the car. The figure sat there for a moment, unmoving. Then, slowly, they turned their head and looked directly at my window. My breath caught in my throat. I felt pinned under their gaze, though I couldn't see their face clearly. They lingered for a second too long before calmly stepping out of my car. Then they walked away, disappearing into the night. The police arrived within minutes. I told them everything, showed them where the tape had been, described the person as best I could. They inspected my car but found no forced entry. That only made it worse. They told me to be cautious, to consider changing my locks or installing a camera. But even after they left, I didn't feel safe. Someone had been in my space, someone who had access. The next day, I took my car to a locksmith. He checked the locks, then frowned. "It's been tampered with," he said. "Not broken, but someone's been picking it, probably with a bump key." My stomach sank. That meant they could get in any time they wanted. I had no idea who they were, or why they had chosen my car, but I knew one thing I wasn't waiting to find out. That night, I parked somewhere else. The following day, I traded in my car. It felt drastic, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had been creeping inside wasn't done, and I wasn't about to wait for them to come back. Story 30. Losing my wallet was one of those small disasters that could ruin a week. I had searched everywhere, my apartment, my car, even the office, until I finally accepted that it was gone. The thought of canceling my cards and replacing my ID filled me with dread. I told myself it was just a wallet, but I couldn't shake the frustration. A few days passed, and I tried to move on. I kept checking my pockets out of habit, hoping I'd somehow overlooked it. It had been a long week, and the stress of losing something important weighed on me. But just as I was about to forget about it, something strange happened. A plain white envelope arrived in my mailbox with no return address. It had my name and address written in uneven handwriting, as if someone had been in a hurry. My stomach twisted as I tore it open, half expecting a prank or a mistake. Inside, wrapped in a single sheet of paper, was my wallet. For a moment, I felt a rush of relief. I flipped through the contents, expecting to find everything in place. My credit cards, ID, and cash were all untouched. But when I reached the last pocket, I froze. There was a photo tucked inside one I had never seen before. It was a picture of me standing in the parking lot near my apartment. The angle was slightly tilted, as if taken from a distance, and I could tell it was recent. A chill ran down my spine as I turned the photo over, but there was nothing written on the back. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at the picture. Someone had found my wallet and gone out of their way to return it. But why include this? My mind raced through possibilities. Was it a joke? A warning? I couldn't make sense of it. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the image of myself, unaware that someone had been watching. I replayed the last few days, trying to remember if I had felt anything unusual. Nothing stood out, but now I felt exposed in my own home. The next morning, I decided to check my apartment building's security cameras. The landlord was hesitant to let me see them, but after some convincing, he agreed. We fast-forwarded through the footage, looking for anything unusual near my mailbox. Eventually, we found something. A figure in a hoodie approached my building late at night, stopping by the mailboxes. They held something in their hands, probably the envelope, and slipped it inside before quickly walking away. The footage was too grainy to see their face, but one thing was clear. They knew where I lived. I left the office feeling worse than before. If they had my wallet, why not return it in person? Why the picture? The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. This wasn't just a good Samaritan doing a kind deed. I decided to retrace my steps to the last place I remembered having my wallet. It had to be the coffee shop near my work. I was sure I had it when I paid for my drink. I went inside and asked the cashier if anyone had turned in a wallet recently. She shook her head, but something in her expression changed when I described it. After a moment, she hesitated and said she remembered a man sitting alone by the window that day. She didn't think much of him at the time, but now she recalled how he had kept glancing at me. My skin prickled at the thought. Had he taken my wallet? And if so, why send it back? I walked back to my car, feeling uneasy. Maybe it was all a coincidence, or maybe I was overthinking it. But when I reached my parking lot, I hesitated before getting inside. A creeping feeling of being watched settled over me, and I scanned the area. The next few days were quiet, but I remained on edge. I double-checked my locks, avoided walking alone at night, and stayed aware of my surroundings. The paranoia faded slightly, but then another envelope arrived. This time it contained a single sheet of paper. No words, no return address, just another photo of me. This one was taken through my apartment window. My hand shook as I stared at the image. The curtains had been opened just enough to capture me sitting on my couch. Someone had been close enough to take a picture from outside my home. My stomach twisted in fear. I called the police, explaining everything from the missing wallet to the photos. They took it seriously, sending an officer to check around my apartment. There were no signs of forced entry, no clues left behind. They told me to stay alert and report anything else suspicious. That night, I barely moved from my spot near the door. I kept the curtains shut and the lights low, my ears straining for any noise outside. My phone was clutched tightly in my hand, ready to call for help at the slightest sound. But the night passed in silence. Days turned into weeks, and no more envelopes arrived. The fear never truly left, but without more evidence, the police had little to go on. I considered moving, but I knew it wouldn't erase the feeling of being watched. Eventually, life went back to normal or something close to it. I tried to convince myself that whoever had done this had moved on. Maybe they had gotten bored. Maybe they had just wanted to scare me. But the truth was, I still didn't know why they had done it in the first place. And sometimes, when I walked through a crowded street or sat in a quiet cafe, I couldn't help but wonder if they were still out there, watching, waiting. Story 31. I was sitting on my couch, scrolling through my phone and trying to unwind after a long day at work. My apartment was quiet, save for the occasional hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. It was a typical evening, with the faint glow of the streetlights outside creeping in through the blinds. But then, I heard its soft, rhythmic knocking coming from somewhere within the walls. At first I thought it was just the house settling, a common sound in older buildings. I ignored it, chalking it up to the usual creaks and groans that happened every so often. But then the knocking came again, louder this time, almost as if it were right behind the wall where my couch was pressed up. My heart skipped a beat and I froze, unsure if I had heard it correctly. I leaned forward, my eyes scanning the walls as if they would give me an answer. The knocking continued, but now it seemed more purposeful, like someone was tapping at the drywall to get my attention. I stood up, trying to find the source of the sound, walking slowly toward the area where the noise seemed to come from. I reached out and pressed my ear against the wall, but the knocking stopped. Confused and unsettled, I pulled away from the wall and scanned the room. I was alone in my apartment, and there was no logical explanation for the noise. The building wasn't new, but it wasn't in such disrepair that I should hear knocking inside the walls. I tried to dismiss it, but the silence that followed felt even more ominous. Then, without warning, the knocking came again, louder and more insistent this time. It was coming from inside the wall, beneath the floorboards, or maybe even from the ceiling. My breath caught in my throat as I stepped back, my pulse quickening. There was no way anyone could be hiding in my walls, but the thought of something or someone being trapped there made my skin crawl. I walked over to the kitchen, grabbed a flashlight from the drawer, and returned to the wall. I knelt down, shining the light along the cracks in the baseboard, searching for any signs of movement. But there was nothing. The knocking had stopped again, leaving me in a tense silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to make the next move. I was about to call the building superintendent when the knocking started again, but this time it was accompanied by a faint scraping sound, like something or someone was trying to claw its way through the wall. I jumped back, dropping the flashlight in my rush to escape. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I grabbed my phone and dialed the superintendent's number. My hands were shaking as I explained what I had been hearing, but they assured me it was probably just the pipes or the heating system. Still, they promised to send someone over the next morning to check. I wasn't convinced, but I hung up, hoping that the strange noise would stop once someone came to investigate. As I sat back down, I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but the silence in the apartment felt heavy. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to hear the knocking again. When I finally closed my eyes to sleep, the last thought on my mind was that something was hidden inside the walls, waiting for me to uncover it. I woke up to the sound of knocking again. It was faint at first, as if the person or thing inside the walls was testing whether I was awake. I lay still, trying to ignore the sensation of fear creeping up my spine. But it didn't stop. The knocking grew louder, more urgent. I finally couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and headed to the source of the sound. I placed my ear against the wall again, my mind racing. This time, the knocking was accompanied by muffled whispers, almost indistinguishable, like a distant conversation that I couldn't quite make out. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a rush of panic. There was no way this could be real, but the intensity of the noise felt far too real to ignore. Suddenly, the knocking stopped, and the whispers fell silent. The silence in my apartment was deafening, as if the air had thickened around me. I waited, my breath shallow, hoping for some kind of explanation. After what felt like an eternity, the building superintendent arrived, knocking on my door. I let them in, and we both stood in the center of the living room. I explained everything that had been happening, but they were skeptical. "It's probably just the pipes or something," they said again, but I could see the hesitation in their eyes. They walked over to the wall and tapped on it with their knuckles, but there was no sound in return. It felt like the wall had swallowed up the noise, as if nothing had ever happened. They shrugged it off and left, telling me to call if it happened again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I spent the rest of the day watching the walls, waiting for the knocking to return. But by the time evening came, the apartment was silent. For the next few days, everything seemed normal. The walls were quiet, and I tried to convince myself that I had imagined it, but deep down I knew what I had heard. The knocking, the whispers, it was all too real. And then, one night, as I was about to go to sleep, I heard it again, faint but clear, the soft, steady knocking from inside the walls. Story 32. I came home one evening after a long day of work to find a small package waiting for me on the doorstep. It wasn't addressed to anyone in particular, just my name, handwritten in neat, flowing letters on the front. The package wasn't large, about the size of a shoebox, and it was wrapped in plain brown paper, secured with a simple twine bow. I stared at it for a moment, confused. I wasn't expecting anything, and it felt strange that I had received it out of the blue. Curious, I stepped inside, carefully setting the package on the kitchen table. I tried to recall if I had ordered anything recently, but nothing came to mind. I noticed there were no return labels or company markings, just my name and a few odd symbols scribbled in the corners of the paper. My heart raced a little at the thought that this could be something strange or even unsettling, but I brushed it off, telling myself it was probably some promotional gift or a mistake from a delivery service. I slowly untied the twine, the soft click of the knot easing as I pulled it apart. The paper came away easily, revealing a plain cardboard box underneath. I lifted the lid, and my stomach twisted as I saw what was inside. There, nestled in soft, crinkled tissue paper, was a single black leather glove. No pair, just one. It looked new, the leather smooth and well crafted, but its presence was chilling. I blinked, unsure of what to make of it. The glove seemed out of place. I gently picked it up, feeling its weight in my hand, running my fingers over its cold surface. I couldn't help but feel an unease settle deep within me. Who would send me a single glove, and why? There were no markings or tags on the glove to indicate where it came from, and certainly no explanation for why it was here. I looked again at the box, hoping to find some kind of note or clue that might explain the strange delivery. My eyes scanned the box, and then, at the very bottom, I spotted a small folded piece of paper. My pulse quickened as I reached for it, unfolding it carefully. It was just a simple note, but the words on it sent a chill through my entire body. The note read, "I've been waiting for you. It's time you remember." My fingers trembled as I held the note. I couldn't understand what it meant. I had never received a message like this before, and the unsettling feeling in my gut intensified. I looked down at the glove again, now fully aware that something was very wrong. My first instinct was to call anyone, but my mind raced too quickly for me to focus. Who could I call? Who would believe that I had received such a strange and cryptic package? I set the glove and note down on the table, pacing around the kitchen. My thoughts were spinning. I couldn't remember anyone who would send me a glove, much less a note like that. I lived alone, had no significant enemies, and couldn't think of a single person who would do something like this. My phone was sitting on the counter, so I grabbed it, deciding to call my best friend, Kara. She'd know what to do. She always did. As the phone rang, I glanced back at the glove, my thoughts still racing. Kara picked up after a few rings. I quickly explained the situation, feeling a sense of urgency in my voice. "I don't know what to do, Kara. I've never seen this glove before. There's no reason for anyone to send it to me." Kara was silent for a moment, and I could hear the skepticism in her voice when she replied, "Are you sure you're not just overreacting? Maybe it's a mix-up or someone pranking you." But I could hear the doubt in her tone too. "I don't know, Kara. It feels wrong. The note, the glove, the whole thing. It just doesn't make sense." She sighed. "Okay, I get it. Just don't overthink it. Maybe I can come over tomorrow to help you figure it out." But I wasn't sure I could wait until tomorrow. Something in me told me I needed to know what this was now. After hanging up, I decided to inspect the glove one last time. Maybe there was something I missed, some clue I hadn't noticed before. I held it up to the light, running my fingers along the stitching and the smooth leather. I carefully turned it inside out, checking every inch for hidden symbols or markings. That's when I found something. Along the inner seam on the underside of the glove's cuff was a faint, almost invisible imprint. I leaned in closer, squinting to read it. It was a name I recognized, Elliot. My heart nearly stopped in my chest. Elliot was the name of my older brother. He had disappeared 3 years ago, and no one had ever heard from him again. I hadn't thought about him in so long, not like this. His disappearance had been one of those things that you just try to forget, to move on from. But this glove, this strange package, was now bringing everything back. Was this his way of reaching out? Was it possible that he had left me a clue? But how? I sank into a chair, the weight of the discovery settling over me like a thick fog. Could it really be him? I picked up the note again, rereading it. It's time you remember. What did this mean? Was it a message from Elliot? Had he somehow been trying to reach me? Or was this all just a cruel trick, a twisted game someone was playing with my mind? As I sat there, unable to make sense of it all, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Something was happening, something I couldn't explain. And as I looked at the lone glove resting in my hand, I realized that my life had just been turned upside down. Story 33. The first time I noticed the man was on my flight back from New York. I was sitting by the window, sipping my drink and trying to block out the sound of the airplane's engine. I glanced across the aisle and saw him, an older man, wearing a navy blue suit and reading a book. Nothing unusual about that. People travel all the time, especially on short, direct flights like this one. But as I observed him more closely, I realized something odd. He looked eerily familiar. I couldn't place where I had seen him before, but his face had a quality that stuck with me. I brushed it off, chalking it up to a coincidence or a face I had seen at the airport. But when I landed in Chicago, I didn't think much of it. The next few days were busy, filled with meetings and work. 2 days later, I found myself boarding another flight, this time to Los Angeles. I made my way down the aisle and found my seat in aisle seat near the front. I settled in and plugged in my headphones, trying to prepare for the long flight ahead. As the plane filled up, I noticed a man coming down the aisle. It was him, the same man from my New York flight. My stomach tightened, and I couldn't stop staring. He was wearing the same navy blue suit, holding the same book, and had the same calm demeanor. My mind raced. What were the chances of running into the same person on 2 separate flights within just a few days? I had never seen him before, yet here he was, sitting 2 rows ahead of me on a completely different flight. I brushed the unease aside, telling myself it was a fluke, and tried to distract myself with the in-flight entertainment. But every so often I would glance up, only to find him reading his book as if nothing was unusual. The flight to Los Angeles was uneventful. We landed without incident, and I went on with my business, though the thought of the man kept creeping into my mind. Was it just a coincidence, or was there something more to it? 3 days later, I was back at the airport, preparing to return to New York. I checked in, grabbed my coffee, and sat down at the gate, waiting for my flight. It was an early morning flight, and the terminal was relatively quiet. As I looked around, I froze. There he was again. The same man. In the same navy suit. He was sitting just a few feet away from me, staring at his phone. It was the third time in a row I had seen him on the same flight path, traveling with the same quiet determination. My heart started racing. This couldn't be a coincidence. There was no way someone could be on the same flights as me 3 days in a row without some strange reason behind it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was a business traveler who flew the same routes frequently, but even that didn't seem to make sense. Why would he choose these exact flights, these exact days, just like I had? We boarded the flight to New York without speaking a word to each other. I sat in my seat, keeping my eye on him as the plane took off. He was still reading his book, completely oblivious to my curiosity. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. What were the chances that I would keep seeing the same person over and over again, especially on such specific flights? My mind was spinning. Midway through the flight, the overhead lights dimmed, and I tried to relax. The quiet hum of the airplane and the gentle rocking lulled me into a sense of comfort, but I couldn't stop thinking about the man. I hadn't heard him speak once. In fact, I hadn't heard him interact with anyone at all on any of the flights. It was as though he existed in a world of his own, separate from the rest of us. As the flight neared its destination, I decided to take action. I had to know what was going on. I discreetly stood up and made my way to the back of the plane, pretending to go to the bathroom. I walked past him, glancing at the book he was reading. It was the same book from the last flight. But this time, something caught my attention. His hands. They were slightly shaking. Not much, but enough to notice. My heart skipped a beat. I was starting to feel like I was getting closer to something important. I sat back down in my seat and tried to push my anxiety aside. We landed, and the flight ended as any other would. Passengers filed off the plane, and the man disappeared into the crowd as I grabbed my bag and headed for the exit. But I couldn't shake the nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't stop thinking about him, even after I had left the airport. There was no way that all of this was just random. 3 flights in 3 days, each time on the same exact route, and always seated nearby. As I walked to my car, I tried to make sense of it. But no matter how I looked at it, nothing seemed to explain the strange encounters. It felt like a game, or like I was being followed in some way, and I didn't know why. That night, I couldn't sleep. The man's face haunted me. The calm, emotionless expression, the way he seemed to exist in his own quiet world, and the eerie coincidence of it all. I decided to dig a little deeper. I looked up the airline, the flights I had been on, and his face in my memory. What I found made my blood run cold. The man I had seen 3 times in 3 days had died several years ago in a plane crash. The dates, the flight numbers, the very routes I had taken, they all matched the ones listed in the article about the crash. My mind raced as the pieces fell into place. It was impossible, but there was no other explanation. The man I had been seeing, he was a ghost. Story 34. It was a chilly autumn morning when I first noticed the muddy footprints. I had just woken up, stretching out on the couch where I'd fallen asleep the night before. My usual routine involved starting with a hot cup of coffee, but that morning I felt an odd unease. As I stepped into the kitchen, I glanced through the sliding glass door and froze. There, just outside the backyard, were distinct muddy footprints too large to be from an animal and too fresh to be from anyone in the house. At first, I tried to brush it off. Maybe I had left the door open slightly last night, and the wind had carried in the dampness from the outside. But as I looked closer, my pulse quickened. The prints didn't seem to come from the door. They led directly from the tree line to my bedroom window. I shuddered, taking a step back as my mind started to race. I had checked all the locks before bed, hadn't I? I went to the window to get a closer look. The muddy trail seemed to curve around the side of the house, disappearing behind the trees. My heart began to pound, and my legs felt heavy. Who had been here? It was far too early for anyone to be out, and there was no way a person could have walked through the woods without making a sound. But the prints were undeniable. They were real, and they led straight to the one place that made my stomach churn, my bedroom window. I rushed upstairs, each step feeling louder than the last. When I reached my bedroom, I immediately checked the window. It was locked, just like I had left it the night before. But there, etched into the windowsill, was a faint smudge of handprint. My breath caught in my throat as I ran my fingers over the mark. It was still wet. Whoever had been here had touched the window only moments ago. The thought sent a chill down my spine, and a sense of dread washed over me. I backed away from the window, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Could it have been someone from the neighborhood? A prankster or a trespasser? No, the trail of footprints was too deliberate, too precise. Whoever had been here knew exactly what they were doing. And why my bedroom window? My heart was racing now, and I felt an overwhelming need to check the rest of the house. I quickly moved through the rest of the rooms. The back door was locked, and the security system hadn't been triggered. No signs of forced entry. Everything appeared to be normal, as though no one else had been inside the house. But those footprints, those handprints, made it impossible to ignore what had happened. Someone had been there, and they had been watching me while I slept. I grabbed my phone, my hands trembling as I dialed the police. My voice came out shaky as I explained what I had found. The operator seemed concerned but reassured me that they would send someone over to investigate. As I waited for the officers to arrive, I felt more and more like I was being suffocated by my own home. The silence felt oppressive, and every creak of the house seemed louder than usual. When the police arrived, they were quick to inspect the area. They took photographs of the muddy footprints and the handprint on the window. One of the officers, a tall woman with dark hair, knelt down to examine the prints more closely. "These are fresh," she said, her voice low. "Whoever did this must have been here just a few hours ago." I nodded, my throat tight. But how could they have gotten so close without me hearing anything? The house was locked. Odd. The officer's expression was serious. "That's what we need to figure out. Stay inside for now. We'll check the rest of the property and see if we can find anything else." I watched as they circled the yard, looking for any other signs of intrusion. They checked the fence, the shed, and the area around the trees, but found nothing unusual. The muddy footprints seemed to stop just at the edge of the yard, and there was no sign of anyone nearby. It was as if whoever had been here had disappeared into thin air. After what felt like hours, the officers came back inside. One of them spoke up, his tone grim. "We couldn't find anything beyond the footprints. No signs of forced entry, no other clues. But we'll keep a lookout, and we suggest you stay vigilant. If you feel uncomfortable, consider getting a security camera installed." I nodded numbly, not sure what to say. The officers left, and I was left alone with my thoughts, still reeling from the events of the morning. As I stood there, staring at the empty backyard, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Over the next few days, I tried to move on. but the unease never fully left me. I stayed inside more than usual, locking the doors and keeping the curtains drawn, even during the day. But every time I glanced outside, I couldn't help but wonder who had been there. Why had they come so close to my bedroom window? Then, one evening, as I was sitting in my living room, I heard something faint but unmistakable footsteps. They were light at first, almost imperceptible, but then they grew louder, moving toward the back door. My heart raced as I jumped to my feet, my mind reeling. I ran to the window and looked out into the yard, but all I saw was the emptiness of the night. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. Then, all was silent. No movement, no sound, just the quiet stillness of the house. I stood there, my breath held, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. That night, I didn't sleep a wink. I kept the lights on, the curtains drawn tight, and I listened for any signs of movement outside. The next morning, I checked the backyard again. To my relief, there were no new footprints. But the lingering feeling of being watched still hung in the air, as if someone or something was out there, waiting. I knew I wasn't going to let my guard down again. Whoever had been in my yard was still out there, and they hadn't finished whatever it was they had started. Story 35. It was a quiet night, the kind where the world outside seemed still and almost too peaceful. I had just returned home from work, the house dark except for the dim glow of the porch light casting shadows on the lawn. After a long, exhausting day, I was more than ready to sink into my bed and forget about everything. The sound of my shoes scraping against the hardwood floor was the only noise I could hear inside the house. I made my way through the hallway, setting my keys down on the table near the door. The house felt oddly cold, despite the warmth of the night air outside. A quick glance around revealed nothing unusual. Everything was where it should be. I locked the door behind me without thinking twice, as I always did, before heading upstairs. No sooner had I laid down than I heard a soft scraping sound coming from downstairs. At first I dismissed it, chalking it up to the wind or perhaps the house settling. But then it came again, a faint click, followed by the unmistakable sound of something scratching at the door. My heart began to race as I sat up in bed, straining to listen more closely. Someone was trying to pick my lock. I held my breath, unable to move. I could feel the cold sweat forming on my back as my mind raced through a million possibilities. Who would be trying to break into my house at this time of night? I quickly reached for my phone, but it was charging in the kitchen. I didn't want to risk making any noise, so I silently slid out of bed and crept toward the staircase. The sound continued, now growing more persistent. The lock was clearly being tampered with, the steady rhythm of the pick slipping and turning. My pulse quickened. I had no idea who was downstairs, but the thought of someone being so close, so dangerously close, made me feel vulnerable. I needed to act fast. The house was eerily quiet, save for the scraping sound that seemed to echo through the hall. I could hear the faintest rustle of clothing, the sound of someone shifting their weight. Whoever it was close, much closer than I expected. I debated whether I should call the police, but I feared that any noise I made might alert the intruder to my presence. My hand hovered over my phone, but I hesitated. I decided to stay silent, hoping the person wouldn't realize I was home. But as the sound of the lock picking continued, I heard a quiet voice, almost a whisper, coming from the other side of the door. "I know you're in there," the voice said, sending a chill down my spine. "Open up." A wave of panic washed over me. I froze, clutching the banister as if it might offer some protection. My mind was spinning, but there was no way I could open the door, no way I could let this person inside. I quickly backed away from the top of the stairs, retreating further into the shadows of the hallway. My breath was shallow and my hands shook as I tried to think of a plan. The scraping sound suddenly stopped, and for a moment, I thought maybe the person had given up. But just as I began to relax, I heard a louder bang from the door, followed by the unmistakable sound of the door handle turning. Someone was trying to force it open. I rushed to the window at the end of the hallway, praying I could escape through the back. But the curtains were drawn too tightly, and I couldn't see anything outside. My mind raced, but I had no idea where to go. If I tried to run out, I'd have to pass right by the front door. The thought of facing the intruder head-on made my stomach churn. In a moment of desperation, I grabbed the phone and dialed 911. My voice trembled as I whispered the details of the situation, trying not to give away my location. "Someone's trying to break in," I said, my heart pounding in my chest. "Please, hurry." The operator's calm voice was the only thing keeping me from completely losing control. She asked me for my address and promised that help was on the way. I hung up and quickly backed into the nearest room, closing the door as quietly as I could. I crouched down behind the bed, hoping to remain unseen. The silence in the house grew unbearable. For what felt like an eternity, nothing happened. I couldn't hear any more scraping, no more shuffling, no more attempts to break through the door. But then, just as I thought it was over, I heard something that made my blood run cold: footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps coming from the hallway outside my door. I held my breath, unable to move or even think. The footsteps grew louder, closer. Whoever was out there knew I was home. My mind raced through escape plans, but there was no way out. I was trapped in my own home. Suddenly, I heard the front door swing open with a creak, and then a voice, muffled but distinct, called out, "I'm not leaving until I see you." I nearly jumped out of my skin as I realized the intruder had finally made it inside. My heart was pounding so loudly I thought they could hear it. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying that the police would arrive before it was too late. Minutes passed, each one feeling like an eternity. I could hear the soft murmur of the intruder moving through the house, but I couldn't tell where they were going or what they were doing. I stayed as still as I could, afraid that even the smallest movement would give me away. Finally, after what felt like hours, I heard the unmistakable sound of sirens in the distance. My heart leaped, and I pressed my ear to the door, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped, and I held my breath, hoping the intruder hadn't heard the approaching sirens. The front door slammed shut, followed by the sound of footsteps rushing away from the house. I waited, unable to move until I heard the sirens getting closer. As the police arrived and began searching the area, I exhaled a breath I didn't realize I was holding. The ordeal was finally over. When the officers came inside, they confirmed that the intruder had fled when they heard the sirens. The lock on my door had been damaged, but nothing else was taken. I was left shaken, my nerves raw from the encounter, and I couldn't help but wonder who would have wanted to break into my home in the first place. Story 36. The office was quiet, the hum of the fluorescent lights the only sound in the otherwise still space. It was one of those nights where time seemed to stretch, hours blending together in a blur of paperwork and empty coffee cups. The clock on the wall read 11:45 p.m., and I was just about to wrap up when I realized something strange, something that made my skin crawl. The office doors, the ones I had entered through earlier, were all locked from the outside. I stood up from my desk and walked to the door, expecting it to be an error. Maybe the latch had just jammed. But as soon as I grabbed the handle, I realized the truth. It was locked, but not like any usual lock. The door had been bolted shut with a heavy metal bolt, one that could only be operated from the other side. My heart began to race as I walked toward the other exits. Each door, whether the supply closet or the emergency exit, was locked in the same way. I tried the windows, nothing. They were either locked or simply wouldn't budge, as if someone had taken extra care to make sure I couldn't leave. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm myself. Maybe it was just a mistake, a prank, something harmless. But the longer I stood there, the more unsettled I became. I wasn't alone in the building. The security guard was supposed to be on duty. I picked up the phone to call him, but the line was dead. No dial tone, nothing. I checked the electrical panel, but there were no signs of a power outage. Everything seemed fine, yet completely wrong at the same time. I checked my phone next, expecting to see a message or maybe a call, but there was nothing. My mind raced as I began thinking of possible explanations. Could I have locked myself in without realizing it? No, I was certain I had unlocked the doors when I arrived. I tried to tell myself it was just a technical issue, but the feeling of dread in my gut told me otherwise. I moved back to the main area of the office, trying to figure out what to do next. The silence felt oppressive, each step echoing in the empty halls. The faint scent of old paper and dust filled the air, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I'd worked late many times before, but tonight felt different, unnervingly so. The panic began to settle in. I grabbed my keys, hoping that somehow they would work to open the door, even though I knew deep down they wouldn't. When they didn't, I slammed my fist against the door in frustration. There had to be some way out of this. My breathing became shallow, my mind racing with all the possible worst-case scenarios. Was someone in here with me? I walked back to my desk, trying to think logically. I glanced at the time. It was now well past midnight. The office, usually so full of life during the day, felt hollow and suffocating at night. I noticed something odd. One of the filing cabinets, the one I'd left open earlier, was now shut. I hadn't touched it, and no one else was supposed to be here. I slowly approached the cabinet, my nerves on edge. The cabinet's lock was still intact. It was something so minor, yet the fact that it was shut without explanation unsettled me even more. My thoughts began to spiral. Who could have come in? And how? There were no other cars in the parking lot, no signs of anyone else being in the building. The security guard's office was on the other side of the building, but it should have been locked. My mind worked frantically, trying to recall everything I had seen. There was a strange noise earlier, a soft creak that hadn't seemed unusual at the time. I remembered hearing it while I was in the break room, but I hadn't thought anything of it. Now that noise seemed to take on a more sinister meaning. Had someone been moving around the building without me knowing? I decided to try one more thing before I completely lost control. I moved to the elevator, praying it would work, but when I pressed the button, nothing happened. The display didn't even light up. It was as if the building itself was fighting against me. I pressed the button again, and this time a flicker of light came from the elevator's panel. A slow, grinding noise filled the air, like metal scraping against metal, but the doors didn't open. I backed away from the elevator, my body trembling. The floor felt cold beneath my feet as I stepped away from the malfunctioning machine. My pulse was erratic now, and I could hear my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. Something was wrong. I knew it, but I couldn't make sense of it. Desperation clawed at me as I paced back and forth, trying to come up with a plan. But as I moved, I felt the temperature drop. A chill, colder than the usual office air, began to seep into the walls. It wasn't just the air conditioning. This was something different. I looked around, but everything remained eerily still. The silence was unbearable. Suddenly, the phone on my desk rang, shattering the quiet. I jumped back, my heart pounding. I didn't know who would be calling at this hour, but I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. My hand hesitated as I reached for the receiver. "Hello?" I said, my voice shaky. There was only silence on the other end. Then, the sound of breathing slow, labored. It wasn't the voice of the security guard or anyone I knew. I hung up the phone, my hands slick with sweat. The feeling of being trapped grew more intense. Whoever had been in the building with me was still here, and they were toying with me. I looked at the door again. The lock was still in place. The only thing left to do was wait for help. But who would come? The fear gnawed at me, and I felt the weight of the hours stretch on. Would anyone ever find me here? Or was I destined to be forgotten in this cold, silent office with nothing but the lock to keep me in? The night dragged on in a haze of confusion and fear. The minutes felt like hours. I tried to focus on the faint sounds of movement outside my office door, but nothing ever came. I wasn't sure when I eventually fell asleep, but when I woke, it was to the hum of the elevator. I looked around in a daze, expecting the worst, but the doors were unlocked. I pushed through the door, finally stepping into the hallway. The office was quiet, as though nothing had happened. I didn't even know what time it was. The last thing I remember was the sound of the elevator starting to move on its own. When I finally left, the air outside felt like a different world, safe, normal. But the lingering dread, the feeling of being watched, stayed with me long after I was out of the building. I still don't know who or what was locked in there with me. All I know is that something wanted me to stay. Story 37. I had just returned home after a long day at work and was looking forward to relaxing for the evening. As I set my things down and grabbed a snack, I noticed my phone flashing, signaling a new voicemail. I hadn't received any calls earlier, so I was curious to see who had left a message. I opened my voicemail and hit play, expecting it to be something ordinary, maybe a wrong number or a marketing message. But what came through the speaker immediately sent a chill down my spine. It started with heavy breathing, slow and uneven, as if someone was trying to control their breath but failing. My fingers froze on the phone and I held it up to my ear, straining to make sense of what was happening. The breathing continued for a few more seconds, almost as if whoever it was just standing there, listening to me on the other end. Then, a whisper broke through the sound of the breath. "I know where you are," the voice said, barely audible but chilling in its clarity. My stomach dropped. I hadn't told anyone my plans for the evening. I wasn't expecting anyone, and no one had called or texted me all day. I held my breath, waiting for the next word, unsure if I even wanted to hear it. The whispering continued, my name slipping through the air like a soft, taunting chant. It wasn't just once or twice. The voice repeated my name over and over, drawing it out with each breath. The more it whispered, the more it sounded like it was getting closer to me. I pulled the phone away from my ear and stared at the screen, trying to make sense of the situation. The message had no number attached, no trace of where it had come from. It was just me and that haunting voice, calling my name in the dark. I hung up the voicemail, my hand trembling. My heart was racing, and my mind was racing even faster, running through 1,000 possibilities of who could have done this. A prank call, someone from my past. But why? And why the heavy breathing? Why the repetition of my name? I didn't have any answers, just an eerie sense that something wasn't right. I tried to push the feeling away, but it lingered in the back of my mind, gnawing at me. I checked my phone for any missed calls or messages, hoping for some clue as to who had left the voicemail. But nothing. The voicemail sat there in my inbox, taunting me. It was as though it had been left by someone who knew me but wasn't anyone I recognized. It was the kind of call that made you question everything, the kind that made you wonder if you were truly alone. I decided to ignore it, thinking it was some sick joke, maybe a random telemarketer trying to freak me out. I told myself it wasn't worth worrying about, and I went about my evening. I sat on the couch, flicked on the TV, and tried to distract myself. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I was in my apartment, locked behind secure doors. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside made me jump. My mind kept replaying the voice from the voicemail, the whispering, the breathing. It was like the person on the other end knew things about me, things I hadn't shared with anyone. How could they have known my name? The questions piled up in my mind, making it hard to focus on anything else. Hours passed and I tried to go to sleep, but the fear of the unknown kept me up. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence around me. The only sound was my own breathing, steady and calm. I closed my eyes, hoping sleep would finally come, but then, out of nowhere, I heard it again. The soft, faint whisper of my name, drifting through the air like it was right next to me. I shot upright in bed, my heart hammering in my chest. I strained to hear, but there was nothing. Just the silence. I listened closely, my ears twitching at every sound, waiting for something, anything, to break the quiet. But nothing came. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me, I thought. Maybe I was imagining things. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. The voicemail played over and over in my mind, each repetition of my name more unnerving than the last. I decided to check my phone again, hoping I might find some clue, something to help explain what had happened. I listened to the voicemail one more time, the same heavy breathing, the same whispering, my name being repeated again and again. But this time I noticed something that hadn't stood out before. In the background of the recording, just barely audible over the breathing, there was a faint sound like a click. It was a small noise, so subtle I hadn't caught it the first time. But it was there. A click, like the sound of a door opening or a phone being put down. My blood ran cold. It was as if someone had been standing right outside my door, waiting for me to pick up the phone. I didn't know what to do. I felt completely helpless, trapped in my own home, with no idea who had done this or why. My apartment was still locked up tight, no signs of forced entry, no footprints outside my door. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, like there was someone always just out of sight. I called my friends, asking if they had received any strange calls or if they had heard anything unusual, but none of them had. I couldn't help but wonder if whoever had left that voicemail was someone I knew, someone who was watching me, waiting for the right moment to make their presence known. That night, I sat by the door with my phone in hand, waiting for any sign that the person from the voicemail would show up, but nothing came. The hours stretched on and I couldn't relax, couldn't let my guard down. The voice, those whispers, had planted a seed of fear in me that refused to let go. I never got another voicemail after that night, but the memory of it stayed with me, lingering like a shadow that I couldn't shake. And to this day, whenever I hear the soft sound of someone breathing heavily, my mind can't help but wander back to that moment, wondering if I'm still being watched. Story 38. It had been a long week at work, and I was ready to unwind. A friend and I had decided to head to a local bar for a couple of drinks to celebrate the weekend. The place was lively, filled with the hum of chatter and clinking glasses. The bartender mixed drinks with a smooth, practiced motion as I leaned against the counter, watching the busy scene unfold. I ordered my usual gin and tonic and set it on the edge of the bar as I made my way to a table near the window. My friend was already seated, chatting animatedly about something that happened at her office. I gave a distracted nod, more focused on the feeling of the night ahead, the chance to relax. After a while, I realized that my drink was nearly empty. I excused myself from the table to get a refill, leaving my glass behind. The bar was busier than usual, and I noticed a few new faces in the crowd. I returned to my spot shortly after, barely taking notice of anyone around me. When I took the first sip, I paused. The taste wasn't right. Something was off, but I couldn't immediately place what it was. The bitterness of the gin seemed more pronounced, and the tonic was too sweet, almost syrupy. I set the glass down, trying to push aside the uneasy feeling growing in my stomach. I glanced around the bar, looking for my friend, who had now been joined by another acquaintance. They were laughing and having a good time, oblivious to my growing discomfort. I wasn't sure why, but I felt suddenly suspicious, like something was wrong, though I couldn't explain why. I picked up the drink again, taking another sip to see if it would taste any better. This time the flavor was even stranger, like something metallic, sharp, and faintly chemical. A shiver ran down my spine. I had been drinking gin and tonic for years, and I knew what it should taste like. This wasn't it. I set the glass down on the table and decided to leave it untouched. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't figure out exactly what. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe I had been more tired than I realized. Still, a nagging feeling of unease clung to me, and I couldn't shake it. I excused myself from the table again, this time heading toward the restroom. On my way there, I noticed the bartender giving me a curious glance. His eyes lingered for a moment longer than they should have, but I quickly brushed it off. I wasn't the only one in the bar, and he was probably just sizing up his customers. Inside the restroom, I splashed water on my face, trying to clear my head. My reflection in the mirror looked normal, but the knot in my stomach remained, tightening with every passing second. Something felt off, like I had missed an important detail but couldn't place what. When I returned to my table, my friend was still deep in conversation with the new acquaintance. I glanced at my drink again, and that nagging feeling surged back. It was as if my drink had been altered in some way. I wasn't sure how, but it didn't feel like the same drink I had left just moments before. I asked my friend if she had noticed anything strange about the bar or the drinks. She looked at me like I was crazy, claiming that everything seemed fine. Maybe it was just me, I thought. Maybe I was overthinking it. But the more I tried to convince myself, the stronger the discomfort grew. The taste still lingered on my tongue, a faint metallic bitterness that wouldn't go away. I took a sip of water, trying to wash it out, but it didn't help. It only made me more aware of how strange the drink had become. It wasn't like anything I had ever tasted before. As the evening wore on, I tried to push the feeling aside. I continued talking, laughing, and pretending to enjoy myself, but the taste of that drink haunted me. It was as though it had changed something inside of me, like my perception had been altered in a subtle, insidious way. Eventually, I decided to leave. My friend was still having a great time, and I didn't want to ruin her night. So I made my excuses and slipped out of the bar. As I stepped out into the cool night air, the unsettling feeling only intensified. I glanced around the parking lot, half expecting someone to be watching me. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the paranoia creeping into my thoughts. I drove home, the taste of the drink still lingering, and parked in my driveway. The house felt strangely quiet as I stepped inside. I walked straight to the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of water, and drank it quickly, hoping it would clear my head. But no matter what I drank, that strange metallic aftertaste stayed with me. That night I tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. My thoughts kept drifting back to the bar and that drink. I replayed the events in my mind, trying to figure out if I had missed something. Was it possible someone had tampered with my drink? The thought made my skin crawl. In the morning, I woke up feeling groggy, as though I hadn't rested at all. The taste of the drink lingered on my tongue even though I hadn't had any more that night. My head was foggy, and my stomach felt off, like something was just wrong. I decided to call the bar, asking the bartender about the drink. He was polite but seemed uninterested, dismissing my concerns with a casual "must've been the mix." I wasn't convinced. My gut told me something had happened that night, something I couldn't explain. The days passed, but the feeling never left. I couldn't shake the thought that my drink had been spiked, altered in some way. Every time I walked past the bar, I felt a creeping dread, like something was watching me from the shadows. I stopped going out as much, afraid that I might find myself in the same situation again. I never figured out who had done it or why, but every time I drink something, I'm always too careful. The taste of that drink still haunts me, and I can never look at a gin and tonic the same way again. Story 39. I had just finished a long day at work and was ready to unwind. The first thing I did after coming home was head straight to the bathroom. I turned on the tap and splashed some cold water on my face, letting the coolness wash away the fatigue. As I reached for my toothbrush, I stopped. Something was off. There, next to my toothbrush, was another one. A bright blue toothbrush with a faded bristle head. My heart skipped a beat. I was sure I hadn't bought a second toothbrush. I lived alone. I stared at it for a moment, trying to convince myself that I had simply forgotten. Maybe I had bought it on a whim or someone had left it there by accident. But the longer I looked at it, the more unsettling it became. It was new, almost too new. I couldn't remember anyone coming over recently, let alone leaving a toothbrush behind. My mind began to race, running through all sorts of scenarios. Could someone have broken into my apartment and used my bathroom without me noticing? The thought made my stomach churn. I inspected the toothbrush again, searching for any hint of an explanation. There was none. I carefully picked it up with my fingertips, as though it might contaminate me just by touch. I felt ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I thought about calling a friend, asking if they had left it there, but none of my close friends had been over recently. The whole situation felt wrong. I checked my bathroom again, looking for any signs of disturbance. The towels were where I left them, the soap still in its dish. The only thing different was the toothbrush. I stepped back, still holding it in my hand, and tried to think logically. There had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe someone had dropped it by mistake. Maybe a delivery person had left it behind when I wasn't home. But it didn't make sense. I hadn't received any deliveries recently, and I certainly hadn't ordered a toothbrush. I left the bathroom, still holding the foreign toothbrush. I walked through my apartment, checking each room as if something would stand out, but nothing did. My living room was quiet, the kitchen clean and organized, just as it always was. But in the back of my mind, that toothbrush lingered. I set the toothbrush down on the counter and decided to do a quick search of the apartment. I knew it wasn't a break-in, nothing was out of place. But something had to explain the toothbrush. I checked all the windows and doors, ensuring they were locked. Everything was secure. When I returned to the bathroom, I grabbed my phone and sent a quick message to a friend. "Hey, did you leave a toothbrush at my place?" I stared at the screen, waiting for a reply, but it felt silly. No one had been over. No one could have left it. The reply came a few minutes later. "No, why?" I swallowed, my heart racing again. I thought about telling them everything, the strange toothbrush, my growing sense of unease, but I hesitated. What if they thought I was being paranoid? Instead, I stood there in silence, staring at the toothbrush. What was it doing in my bathroom? I couldn't remember a time when someone else had even been there. Had I missed something? Maybe I was losing my mind, overthinking a simple, harmless situation. That night, I locked all the doors and turned off the lights. I tossed and turned in bed, thinking about the toothbrush. My mind refused to let go of the strange feeling it had given me. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone creeping through my apartment, leaving the toothbrush behind without me noticing. The next day, I examined the toothbrush again. I held it under the light, inspecting the bristles for any traces of use. They were clean, unused, and stiff. I even noticed that it had a price tag still attached. The label was from a store I didn't recognize. I had never bought a toothbrush from that place. I felt a sense of dread creeping up my spine as I realized that I might not be overreacting after all. Someone had been in my apartment. But who? Why? And how? I glanced around, the walls of my apartment suddenly feeling too small, too suffocating. I decided to take action. I went through all the cabinets, drawers, and closets, searching for anything else out of place. Everything seemed fine except for the toothbrush. It felt like an intrusion, an unwelcome sign that I wasn't alone in my own home. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, that they knew my routine. I didn't want to call the police over something so trivial, but I was starting to feel paranoid. Was I just imagining things, or was someone messing with me? I started looking around the apartment complex for any signs of strange behavior, but no one seemed to take notice of me. That afternoon, I decided to check my security camera footage. I had cameras installed around the apartment for peace of mind. Nothing extravagant, just basic coverage of the entrances. I pulled up the footage from the past week, hoping to find something. There was nothing. The camera showed normal activity, me coming and going, walking my dog, receiving deliveries. But when I fast-forwarded to the time of the toothbrush's appearance, there was no sign of anyone entering or leaving my apartment. The footage was clean. I felt a mixture of relief and confusion. How was that possible? If the cameras didn't catch anything, how could the toothbrush have gotten there? I stood there, staring at the screen, trying to make sense of it all. The days passed, but the feeling of unease never really left me. I eventually threw out the toothbrush, but the thought of someone entering my apartment without my knowledge lingered in my mind. I couldn't stop wondering if the mysterious visitor would return, or worse, if they already had. Story 40. I first noticed the car one Tuesday morning. It was an old sedan, faded red with chipped paint, parked across the street from my house. I didn't think much of it at the time, assuming it was just another car passing through. But the next morning, the car was there again, sitting in the same spot, engine off, the driver's side window slightly rolled down. The same car was still there the following day. This time I noticed something odd. A person was sitting in the driver's seat, their face obscured by the glare of the sun. I couldn't make out any details, but something about it felt unsettling. It was early morning. and I was getting ready for work, so I didn't have much time to dwell on it. By the third day, the car had become a constant presence in my routine. Every morning I would glance out the window, and there it was, parked in the same spot. The same driver, always sitting there, barely moving. I started to feel a creeping discomfort, like I was being watched. I told myself I was overthinking it. Maybe it was just someone with nowhere to go or a person who liked the quiet street. Still, the thought of the car sitting there, day after day, with someone inside, gnawed at me. It wasn't just a coincidence anymore. Something about it felt deliberate, like they were waiting for something or someone. On the fifth day, I couldn't take it any longer. I grabbed my phone and took a quick photo of the car, thinking that maybe it would give me some peace of mind. Maybe if I had proof of the car, I could convince myself it wasn't as weird as it seemed. But as I clicked the picture, I noticed the person in the driver's seat was now staring straight ahead, their body unnaturally still. It was as if they knew I was watching them. The next morning, the car was still there, parked in the same spot. But this time I saw something new. A figure in the passenger seat. It was a woman, her face partially visible through the window. She wasn't looking at me, but I could feel her gaze, like she was aware of my every movement. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, and my heart began to race. I had never seen the car before, and now there were two people inside. They hadn't spoken a word to each other. It was as if they were just sitting there, waiting. I considered calling the police, but I hesitated. There were no signs of danger, no immediate threat. But the longer I stared at the car, the more certain I became that something wasn't right. By now I had started avoiding the window. Each time I passed it, I would glance outside, half expecting to see the car there. And sure enough, it was. The same car, parked in the same spot, with someone inside, always silent, always watching. I stopped going outside during the day, fearing that I might run into them. I even started taking a different route to work, just to avoid driving past them. It was a Friday when it happened. I had just gotten home from work, tired and drained from the week, when I noticed the car was still there. But something had changed. The person in the driver's seat wasn't there anymore. In fact, both seats were empty. My first instinct was to feel relief, but then I realized something even stranger. The car hadn't moved. I stood in my front yard, staring at the vacant sedan. It had been sitting there for days, always with someone inside, and now, for the first time, there was no one in it. But even more disturbing was the feeling that the car wasn't empty at all. It was as if the absence of the driver made the car more sinister, more alive. That night, I tried to push the whole thing out of my mind. I locked up my house, closed the blinds, and did my best to forget about the car. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the faded red sedan, parked outside, waiting for me. I felt like someone was still watching, even though the car was empty. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of my phone ringing. It was an unknown number. I hesitated for a moment, but then I picked it up. The voice on the other end was low, distorted, almost mechanical. "I see you," the voice said. "I've been watching you." My blood ran cold. I tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. The line went dead before I could respond. My mind was spinning, and my hands shook as I hung up the phone. Was this connected to the car? Had the people inside been watching me all along? I didn't know what to do. I could hardly concentrate as I got dressed and tried to make breakfast. My mind kept racing back to the voice on the phone, to the way it sounded, so distant yet so intimate, like they were standing right next to me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me, even though I couldn't see them. As I sat in my kitchen, trying to pull myself together, I saw a shadow move outside the window. My breath caught in my throat, and I stood up quickly, heart pounding. I rushed to the window and peeked out. The car was there, parked exactly where it always was. But this time, there was no one inside. Not a single soul. And for the first time, the car didn't feel like a silent observer. It felt like a warning, a promise. That was when I made up my mind. I couldn't live like this anymore. I had to do something. I grabbed my phone and called the police, describing the car and the strange events that had been happening over the past week. They said they would send someone to check things out, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was already too late. I don't know what happened to the car or the people who had been sitting inside it. The police didn't find anything unusual when they checked the area. But the next day, when I returned home from work, the car was gone. No trace of it was left. It was as if it had never been there at all. I still don't know who they were or what they wanted. But the memory of those silent, watchful days lingers. Every time I pass that spot, I can't help but look around, half expecting to see that faded red sedan parked there, waiting for me once again.